You know what's a funny thing? A funny thing about my little pre-roll slideshow is I look at those go by, and I guess this is a good thing. This is a good thing as a painter. You want to be growing. Assuming that you do want to grow. Why am I choppy? Do I appear choppy in my camera to anybody? Let me finish my thought. It's that I look back on my painting and I think, but I'm better now. Damn it. Damn it. Alright, hang on. Hang on. My camera is acting a wee little bit funny. See if I can fix it right quick. I wonder why that is. Just a little choppy. Let me modify the exposure value up and then down. Go ahead and hit that. Is it still seems a little choppy to me. Still seems a little choppy to me. Does it look choppy to you guys? Chat, me, here? I guess it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm doing complex hand motions or semaphore that require a smooth camera, but it's just kind of annoying. It's just kind of annoying. Yeah, I think slow mode is still enabled from last time. Sorry about that. Nocti Emperor Oil indeed. Let's see, Mr. Square Peg, welcome in as always. There's White Wolf. Taste testing paints without me. I'm all about that cadmium red, baby. I am all about that cadmium. Get it? Because it's poisonous and I died. That was the joke. That was the whole thing. There's always a question, Shock. There's always a question of how long do you commit to a bit like that, and I decided to just aim for slightly uncomfortably too long. So if it made you a little uncomfortable, then welcome to Thunderhead Studio. How you doing, Merlin? What's up, man? There we have to square. Yeah, don't taste test the oils. Oh, Desert Owl, Time Stop, GM Kaylee? My, oh my, oh my, we are hopping tonight, aren't we? Merlin. Welshman, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. 15 seconds too long is pretty good. I like 15 seconds too long is about right what I'm aiming for. Death on stream is to be discouraged. Yeah, I think that's a TOS violation. How are we doing tonight, folks? How are we doing? So I've got a question of the day up for us today, and it's something I'd like your thoughts on. I've got my own opinion on it, but I'd love to hear what you guys think. In the meantime, what is the most important feature of a wargame rule set? Think about it for a little bit, and let me know what you think. Because there are good rule sets, and there are bad rule sets, and there are rule sets that, like, I don't love, but I have to acknowledge their quality, and there are rule sets that I really want to like, but kind of suck. And I think it's an interesting analysis to determine what makes a rule set really good, and how we each define that. Because you can define that as enjoyability, you can define that as playability, you can define that as accessibility, and I'd like to know what's important to you. Smack Weasel, welcome in. A little stressy, past midnight, gotta finish this Kayvon Shrike before I go to sleep. What happens if you go to sleep before you finish it? Does it turn back into a pumpkin? What's gonna happen, Merlin? Ah, delicious. Delicious. Yet another set of proprietary dice. That was maybe my least favorite thing. It's the thing. On its face, I don't like proprietary dice. As a concept, I look at proprietary dice and I say, that's a terrible idea. Why don't you just use normal D6s? On the other hand, I really quite like a lot of Fantasy Flight Games' proprietary dice systems. And there is something to be said for, I roll dice, and it's not like, I need to roll a 2, I need to roll a 3. It's how many little explodies appear. Well, that's how many times I hit you. It's real accessible. It's real accessible. I think FFG probably has some of the best proprietary dice systems around. Of course, now they don't make miniature games anymore. They pretty much gave up on that. First rule is usually missing in rule sets. Rule 1, don't be an asshole. Yeah, it is. It is. Particularly if you're playing old Privateer Press games where there's like... What page was it? Does anyone remember what that is? They called it page something, and it was like you go to the page and it had something there about like play to win and suck it up, Buttercup, or some bullshit like that. And a bunch of people used it as an excuse to just play like a dickhead. Keep it simple, keep it thematic. I can agree with number 1. Keeping it thematic I think is important, but then we come into the personal value system. Do you value a tournament game? Because a tournament game often has to lean away from thematic in order to maintain a nice, tight, competitive rule system. The more thematic you get, kind of the less balanced you get often. Not always true, but often. My favorite proprietary dice are bell peppers and onions. I don't know what it means, but I love bell peppers and onions, so I'm just going to go ahead and agree. Especially since he's hitting that 4 months pun expected. Thank you so much. God damn it, to Square. I thought that I got away with that one. Thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, play like you got a pair. It was something toxic and idiotic like that, White Wolf, that just, in my opinion, had no real place. Like, you know, assholes are gonna be assholes. You really don't need to give them, like, a rallying call or an excuse to be an asshole. That just makes them into, like super assholes. You know? Like Shredder at the end of TMNT 2. I've been getting ticked with economy-sized rulebooks with tiny print. Can't play the game if I can't read it. You talking about A4 print? Shock 21? I think that's going to be a divisive one, too, because I quite like the A4 print rulebooks for a number of reasons, though the tiny text is a bit of a... I like to say it's the rule that forces my enemy to run away, but in all honesty, I have to agree with Mr. Welsh from his live stream yesterday. The most important rule is keeping all your rules understandable. So legibility is what you're going with, Desert Owl. I can see that. I don't know if I feel like that's really the most important, because I have played rule sets that were not the most legible. See, I look at legibility and I think, this can be fixed. Legibility can be fixed. Legibility can be fixed in something as simple as a V2 release. It can be given an editing pass, and you can just bing bang boom, you're good to go, it's more legible. If a rule system is mechanically poor, it doesn't matter how well you communicate it. That requires a much more fundamental shift to fix anything. And I can't personally place legibility in slot number 1. Include PDF downloads with your physical books. I think that I can't say that's the most important feature to Square, but I would agree that is a vital future-proofing method. I think that is very, very smart. I wish more game companies would do that. Just like I wish Riot Sister would hang out more. I don't. She hangs out a lot. I just had to think of something to say, and that's all that came to mind. Riot Sister, welcome in. How you doing tonight? I am AutoFire. Thank you so much for saying so. Could we, by the way, mods, get a quick shout-out for Merlin Models, AutoFire, and Punexpected Painting, 3 streamers that if you're not following already, you must be fairly new here, which is entirely possible. Between the last stream and this one, we hit 1,900 followers, which, by the way, thank you, Punishment 9, Wolf's Hammer 1, and Dr. Janka, wherever you find folks may be. We are at 1902, 98 more follows, and we will be doing our Darth Vader giveaway. For those of you who play Star Wars Legion, you'll have the chance to get a hold of one of the Vaders 3 that we have been painting recently. What was the coolest thing, Riot Sister? What do I think of your response? Hang on. Let me see. Balancing strength without thematics is challenging in any system. Without themes, it's just a flavorless dice roller. It's very personal, Merlin models. Now, I agree with you on a personal level, but I've played enough war games to know that some people genuinely don't give a shit about how thematic the game is. I think that War Machine is a good example of a rule system that succeeded without anyone ever, not without anyone ever, but without a lot of the players giving one single solitary shit about the storyline or themes of the game. They were there for the mechanics. So that becomes another value question. Cerberus Cull, welcome in, my friend. How are you doing? Sat down on my desk and pushed a button and you popped up. Do you have a Thunderhead button now? Riot Sister? Riot Sister just got a Stream Deck. Am I to infer from this that one of the first things you did with your Stream Deck was make a Thunderhead button? Because I'm honored. More people should have. We should sell those. I should talk to Rainy River Designs about that. Just a little USB button. And you plug it in. You push it. And I just go, hey guys, what's going on? I'm just there all of a sudden. We could market this. We could make this work. Shh, it's a Thunderhead button now, Riot Sister. Guild Ball was great with mechanics that had little to do with theme. I think that is a good example, actually, in Nightwatch games. It's, Guild Ball was very theme-light, or it was one of those games where it's like, it has theme, it has stories, but they're very much relegated to the background, and the focus of the game was on sitting down and playing. Like, you didn't have to know shit about Dick to play Guild Ball, as far as the storyline goes. You could infer all of it from context. Oh, I still do, White Wolf. Right now, you're king of two things: Jack and shit. Jack left town. Painting minis while I listen. What are you painting on, Cerberus? What battle mechs tonight? Or are you working on the crash drop ships you've been doing? Because those are pretty cool. Check on this. Check 'em. Check that streak. It's 25 months. Oh my god. Roland. You straight fucking maniac, man. How you doing? Roland, thank you so much for your support for all 25 months of it. Oh my god, where does the time go? Do I know the YouTuber Mr. Welsh? I do not. Walks in reading his new book. Boomy Boom Boy, what you reading? What book did you get? I like books. I'm literate. I can read. The rumors that I can't read are greatly exaggerated. I'm reading chat right now. I'm not using text-to-speech at all. Nine mechs, 4 vehicles, and then 4 more to base coat and paint. Keep that assembly line going, Cull. That's fucking awesome, man. Can't hang out for the entire stream, but I'll hang out as long as I can, GM Kaylee. We're just glad to have you. We're glad to have you for whatever amount of time we get you. Don't feel in any way... I don't think this is really an issue, but it's something that I see enough. People like, I apologize, I can't be here for the whole stream, or I can only hang out for part of it. I want you guys to know something. First of all, it's adorable that you apologize. Secondly, I'm just thankful to have you for any time at all, so don't worry your funny little face over it, not one little bit. GM Kaylee, thanks for being here. Reading American Gods sequel book. I've never read American Gods. I feel like I should. That's one of those books where people go, oh, you haven't read American Gods. I haven't, though. I think I have it on a shelf. I would pay for a Thunderhead button that just redirects to your stream. Been subbed to you longer than the Franco-Prussian War lasted. That is both remarkable. That is remarkable in more than one way, rather, Roland. That is remarkable in the length of time that you have been subscribed, and how thankful I am for it. And it's also remarkable that you are just that historically literate. I thought the same thing, Merlin models. I was like, is he talking about Merlin? Is that the Mr. Welsh we're talking? I mean, it could be. I don't know. I don't know your nickname. I don't know your pet names, Merlin. God. Know the list? Mr. Welsh's things I'm not allowed to do during tabletop game. I don't know that list. Is he like Murphy, like Murphy's Laws, but of tabletop games? A Thunderhead button that plays random audio clips from the stream. This product line is getting weird very quickly. Veteran game designer and game reviewer who has monthly live streams talking about games, game history, and ideas about creating your own. That actually sounds really interesting. This is something I need to check out. No more apologies, just swearing goodbyes. There you go. Good book. I recommend it if you don't got anything to do on a rainy... Paintless day. I read Pantless. The first time I saw that, I was thinking a rainy, pantless day, which isn't entirely unheard of, to be fair. I thought it was a little strange that you would specify that in particular, but we're a pretty welcoming bunch around these parts. I wasn't going to judge you. I shaved today, and I think I'm going to have like a gray beard in the next like 5 years. I shaved today, and like I was astonished when I looked at the results like on my towel. So many of the hairs were like silver. It was kind of unbelievable. Ooh. Gray bears are all the rage. Look, man. I'm a power bottom, okay? Oh, beards. Oh, okay. It's like, I mean, this is gonna get real specific real quick. Are shorts a type of pants? This is not a question of the day. The question of the day is still what's most important in a wargaming rule set, and I want you to think about it, and I want to know what you think. But secondary follow-up question, are shorts a form of pants? There's certainly bifurcated trousers of a description. Hey, how you doing, Data Nerd? It's good to see you. I know, right, Boomy? I'm not wearing pants right now. So we're gonna dig in on our second household night tonight. Last stream we did, last Tuesday, we got almost all the way through one of these guys with a pre-glaze before the stream, and I think I put in about another hour's worth of work after the fact and got it to a point where I was comfortable with it. So we're going to be laying into another one tonight. I have modified my pre-glaze a bit. I've done it slightly differently, mostly just to correct a couple of mistakes that I noticed the last time. Because we're not going back and fixing mistakes. We're moving forward. We're putting one foot in front of the other, one stroke after the next. There's got to be a better way to put that. One brush stroke after the next. Is cereal a type of soup? No. Yeah, I'm with Shock21. I'll eat cereal dry, like right out of the bag. I'll buy one of those big things of like malto meal Fruity Loops, Tutti Frutti, whatever they call them, and I'm just munching that shit right down. Primary question, information conveyance. This is an answer we've gotten a couple of times. I still don't think I necessarily agree with it. And then secondary question, sure, whatever. That's the best way to approach it, really. There's no point in having an opinion on that one. They cover the buttocks and are split, which is what you said. I think so. Okay, so let's follow on to our pants question. And this is really the most important question. This is the one that I have to ask after watching The Bad Batch and a few episodes of Star Wars Rebels. Is it considered, in Twi'lek culture, is it considered proper or, shall we say, modest for female Twi'lek to wear pants on their head crotch? Because a lot of them seem to. And it seems like the ones who don't are usually like slave girls, which makes sense, because they're not wearing much else anyway. Keep going, Merlin. Keep going, Merlin. Damn it, pun expected. Hey, Hamburg, how you doing today? Bulldozer, very good to see you. Cookie Mama. Oh, I saw you earlier, Cookie Mama. I forgot to say hi. This is a BPL conversation topic. Fruity Pebbles plus melted marshmallows. Get the fuck out. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? Happy Heretic, welcome in. Buy a lot of malto meal. They're the same thing. They're literally the same cereal in a different, easier to use bag, and you don't have to deal with a box. Data Nerd, I like the malto meal cereals. Dwegham, welcome in. It's degenerate, only perverts wear them. That can't be true. Harrison Dula wears them. I think it's just a fashion and personal preference. They use the leku for nonverbal communication, so they mostly shouldn't leave them colored. No, but they do wear, like, pants. It's like a hat, and it covers the head crotch. I noticed the males do not wear them, but the females often do. God damn it, Rhino. With the headdresses, I figure they're just the headtails version of women wearing things in their hair. I don't know. I noticed that it's only women doing it, and it really, like, it's not... Like, they seem functional in some ways, too, because, like, Hera Syndulla wears it, and it's like this padded skull cap that separates the Lekhu and covers a good portion of her skull. But, like, she wouldn't be wearing it if it was just a fashion thing. It has to have some functionality to it, or some important cultural connotation. You see what I'm saying? So the follow-up question to that, naturally, is the head crotch... And you know just what I'm talking about. Is the head crotch on a Twi'lek an erogenous zone? Follow-up question for that. Are we getting into Thunderhead's personal fanfic? Possibly too deep. Let's paint some models. It's actually to cover where the Lekus are attached. Well, yeah. Yeah. Technically, your shorts are to cover where your legs are attached. But, you know, for reasons. For reasons. If it's for communication, maybe it's a patriarchy to make it so they communicate less well. But again, then Hera Syndulla would probably not be wearing one. And she wears the one pretty much all the time. So I think, personally, I think that they're not, they are... They're only the women wear them, so they can't be purely functional. And Hera Syndulla wears one almost all the time, so they can't be purely decorative. It's possible I've thought about this more than the authors. It's almost guaranteed, Nanotanks. Almost guaranteed. Shorts or pants that are better adapted for warmer temperatures. Okay, but yes, in that case, your answer is yes, they are still pants. Data Nerd. Comparing them to Ferengi. All I'm saying is I want to give Hera Syndulla, some Unox, you know what I mean? You know, I've been watching Rebels, give me a break. Like a Wonder Bra for your head. They have part of the brain there you can kill if you pull hard. Ugh, really? Is that a thing? They have part of their brain in their head tails? I didn't know that. So you can't see the latex. Like, Riot Sister, shut up. No, you can't, no, you can't be given that answer. Why do all the aliens in Star Trek just look like people with head bumps? So the makeup was easier to do. That's not a real answer. I don't accept that. Also, here you go.
Hello there.
I mean, it's the realest answer, but it's not the answer I'm looking for. And she's animated, so it doesn't count. She would if she didn't know why it had become cultural. It's possible. I also feel like she's maybe very modest. Maybe it's like, the functional equivalent of a woman wearing, you know, like sleeves down to her wrists and dress down to her ankles. I don't know. Hang on a second, I missed something. Alright, let me get caught up here. If Twi'leks lose their Lekus, they die. God, really? Is that true? That seems incredibly harsh. Hera being a pervert is a given. She did have a kid with a human. You might be onto something there. As far as Twi'lek are concerned, she may in fact be a pervert. She's out there banging blind Jedi. Ooh, so I've got this drink that I was given. Guayaki Organic Yerba Mate, sparkling cranberry pomegranate. It's delicious. I've never had it before, but apparently it has it has like a caffeine buzz to it that isn't all jittery. It has quite the pitch on the back of it. Reach deep into yerba mate culture, and you'll discover people have long gathered to imbibe mate, to awaken the mind, perform extraordinary feats, and to exchange confidences. Even Yari, the mythical goddess of mate, decrees it the symbol of friendship. We've always believed there was a magical tree in the rainforest with powers to unite and energize. Come to life with this high-energy infusion brewed from the mighty emerald green mate leaves. Guayaki's vision holds that yerba mate culture will power our market-driven regeneration trademark. What? Business model to regenerate ecosystems and create vibrant communities. Market-driven regeneration. Okay, so that's probably a South American thing. Market-driven regeneration, I'm gonna guess, is something to do with them trying not to destroy all the goddamn rainforests. I feel like that must actually be a thing. Except for Bib Fortuna. Wait, what except for Bib Fortuna? He's disgusting. Bib is a gross man. What am I doing with my life? I don't know. To Square. I mean, welcome to the party, buddy. If I were a sexy Twi'lek, wouldn't I want to bang a Jedi? That's quite the situation to put myself in, Kursala. Sparkling LSD? Well, it would be, shit, what's it called? What's that hallucinogen? I can't think of the name now. Not just shrooms, the South American one. The one that, there's a distillation of it, but you can just eat it and it'll make you really, really sick, but then you'll hallucinate. Literally none of these answers are correct. I mean, that one might be, just because drugs is a very, very broad category. Only one Twi'lek I want to bang, and that's Death Talon. Thanks so much for that, Volfair. We're talking ayahuasca. Ayahuasca. Yes. Thank you so much. Clearly it's drugs. No, we're talking about... Okay, so I'm asking some questions, but I'm asking specifically about the pair of pants that Twi'lek females wear on their head. I never really noticed them or thought about them before, but I'm watching The Bad Batch and Rebels, and I noticed that a number of Twi'lek females wear what amount to a pair of shorts on their head that cover the transition from their head to their leku, in what I have dubbed the head crotch, which I now assume to be an erogenous zone on Twi'leks. Jesus Christ, unexpected. I would say that just makes you worldly, pun expected, or Cerberus Cull. Just makes you... Well, thank you. Thank you for clarifying, Data Nerd. Ayahuasca releases DMT, so technically DMT is the right answer.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Oh my god, Merlin Models, have I not talked with you about Rebels before? Rebels is my favorite Star Wars of all the Star Wars. I watched Rebels on a weekly basis as the episodes released for the entire run of the show, and I rewatched Season 4 periodically. I love Star Wars Rebels. It's fantastic. Here is our pre-glazed night for tonight, folks. I tried a few different colors on this, and I went significantly darker so I can get some more contrast and deeper shadows. But this is going to be our starting point for tonight. I love this red. This red is alizarin crimson with a touch of lamp black. Just a touch. Probably. Yeah, conceivably you were right, Dwegon, but I'm never going to admit that. I think it's protective. Ryloth is sandy, at least as I remember it. But this follows on to my question then. Is it like a sensitive erogenous zone? This is the thing that I really want to know. That... Actually, no, let's move on from that question. Let's not dwell on that question. Oh my god, my nose is super itchy tonight. It's your fanfic. Just say it is. No, Roland, that's the actual answer. That's the answer that, like, if I were to ask the question, why does some Ferengi wear a little fringe on the back of their head? It's to cover the transition from the headpiece to the neck. Why do some Klingons have longer hair than others? It's to cover the transition from the latex to the skin. Like, that's not a real answer, though. That's not, I'm not accepting that. Let me change the paper on my oil palette. Yeah, they got cones on the sides of their heads, don't they, Time Stop? It's weird. Is that canon, Kursala? Oh my. I'm intrigued. I asked about it, Riot Sister, so please do feel free to post some links to Mr. Welsh. I'd like to check this out. God, Dwegcom gets the worst clips. How did the ear cones even work? Like, what am I saying? What am I saying? This all retcon shit that nobody thought about when they first made it. Some of the males, like, there's some in Boba Fett. Like, one of the Twi'lek dudes has ear cones, which is weird. Of course, they also have, like, pretty Twi'lek men in Boba Fett, so whatever. They interpret vibrations. That's just describing ears. They fucked up a lot of things, Dwegcom. You're absolutely correct. Most notably, not having a goddamn story. Really kind of fucked up everything. Twinklek. Ooh. Oh, God. I print one of the palette things at some point because I'm a watercolor person and that looks awesome. Hey, whatever it might be useful for. I keep using this paper and I needed a nice flat surface that would keep it taut with a cover I could put on it that I could change it out easily from, so I made one. Yeah, Boba Fett was terrible. The best episodes of Boba Fett literally don't have Boba Fett in it, which is not the best sign. So we're going to want some phthalo blue. We're going to want some titty white. I don't think we're going to need any lamp black, but we're going to need a touch of Payne's gray. We'll start with those. We'll start with those, and then we'll go to something else. What paper do I use? Desert Owl? I just use parchment paper. I find that it kind of leaches some of the medium out of the oil paint, which actually causes it to dry faster than it normally would. As far as paint being on the palette goes, that translates into the paint on the palette will kind of dry and cure over hours, which is effectively meaningless. But I'm usually able to get the paint on the model to cure a few hours faster than it would. I think. I don't actually have any scientific data backing up that hypothesis, but it seems to work. The abrupt change to Mandalorian Season 2.5 halfway through was a little jarring, but not bad. I think the worst thing about that for me, Asri, was that by the time Season 3 of The Mandalorian starts, they're just going to be like, Mando has a new ship, and also Grogu's hanging out with him again. And just fuck the whole finale of Season 2. Who needs to know what happened in between there? Are there metallic oils, or are you stuck to acrylics and NMM? There are metallic oils, I have not used them. I could not speak to their efficacy. And yeah, the mods were the fucking worst. That's painful for me, too, because the female mod, the actress, playing the lady teenager with the robotic arm, that's Sophie Thatcher. And she is the star, alongside Pedro Pascal, who obviously plays the Jabango Bingo of The Mandalorian. She is the star of a movie called Prospect, which I love, and she's great in it. And I'm like, this is the first chance I get to see her and Pedro in the same room again, and it's just wall-to-wall stupid. And that was very disappointing for me. I was really, like, oh my god. I don't know if I really want to go into the details of Book of Boba Fett, but how are they assassinating Luke's character again? How are they doing that again? The decisions that he made in Book of Boba Fett are just like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Luke? Oh my god. I have a hard time saying she was even portrayed as an Airhead Riot sister. She was portrayed as a nothing. Like, there was no character there. She just kind of glowered a little bit, and I never really got a read on who she was supposed to be. She was like, we grew up here, and I'm like, did you? You sound Imperial. You sound like you grew up on Coruscant. What the hell? To call it confusing would be to give it way too much credit. Oh, I wanted to share something with you guys, because I like to share my oil painting methods, and I did this before the stream. We've done pre-glaze and the removal of the pre-glaze a number of times. I learned how to do this from Steela Rebel, and what I would generally do is take my little makeup brushes like so, and then emulating her, take a toothpick and kind of drive it into this, and then use this on the end of a toothpick. I have found what I think is a better method, a faster method, for any of you out there who might be oil painting. If you have a pair of these tweezers, these release-style tweezers, where you have to pinch them to get them to come apart, this is a wonderful, wonderful way. Yeah, this is fantastic. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. This is better, though. As far as going in and pulling off your pre-glaze and your excess. I did not, Punix. You assumed that I watch you. You could have done it and I never would have seen it. This is, in fact, the way. I also thought we'd see Ben at some point. I don't know. I don't know what I want out of Star Wars anymore. Actually, no. I take it back. Star Wars has been doing this wonderful thing where they do terrible, terrible, terrible things, and they teach me not what I want out of Star Wars, but what I don't want out of Star Wars, which is arguably just as important. And Book of Boba Fett has taught me that I don't want Robert Rodriguez anywhere near Star Wars. Ever again. Ever again. And I did take one thing away. I want more Bryce Dallas Howard. Oh my god. I want more Bryce Dallas Howard. She is fantastic. The Gamorreans got more characterization than any of the other goons, and then they got shoved off a cliff. Fuck that scene. Oh my god. Yeah, White Wolf, that was terrible too. Knew Luke would be a crap teacher and Kylo Ren would come out. He's like, yeah, fuck this. How you doing today, Arkodaki? It's good to see you. I know, and then the mods live, even though they're just... And what the fuck was up with Chrysanthemum in that whole fight scene? Like, a bunch of Trandoshans pull out, like... I thought for a second something cool was gonna happen, because one of them had, like, a Rick blade, and I was like, ooh, that's fucked up, because that's like a Wookiee weapon. And they're all pulling out swords and daggers and shit, and then they're like, let's dogpile the Wookiee. He got Samwell Tarleed, you know? Where they dogpile him, and you're like, oh no, he's gonna die. And then he just shows up in a scene later, and it's like, I guess he got out of it. Like... God damn that show. So dumb. So dumb. Alright, I gotta get to painting or I'm not gonna get through this. Yeah, that wasn't a spaghetti western. That was like a fucking... That was like a Spaghetti-O western. It was a Chef Boyardee western. Alright, I need to grab a touch, just a touch of phthalo blue. I really don't want much. It's very, very strong. And some Payne's Gray. Let's mix this up. Yeah, that's good. Now a touch of titanium white. There, that's our metal. That's our steel tone right there. A little more white. I do have to get a palette cam because you can't see what I'm doing, and that's kind of lame. I guess I could just move my palette over a little bit. Oh, I got a little sidetracked. I've been assembly line painting my militia. I'm nearly done with them. Like, they're really very, very close to done. I only have a few more bowmen to finish the facial details and the metal on. They're real simple, and a few more of the standard militia to finish up. I got a little sidetracked. That's a shitty old brush. I don't care about it. I have lots of garbage brushes I use for that purpose, but I went ahead and started building some Spire Brutes because I was thinking about them, and I was looking at the models, and I love the Spire Brute models, but their weapons are so huge, and their upper bodies are so massive, and their legs are so stumpy. The only way that I could justify them in my head was if they did like a knuckle run type of thing. So like this one is sort of leaping over his weapon and getting ready to deliver a blow is the idea. Yeah, they're breakdance fighting. Thank you, Riot Sister. This one doing sort of like a gorilla run, throwing his feet out in front of him. Trying to do something a little bit more dynamic with these guys when I get around to painting them. I'll tell you what, chat, put some thought into how I should paint these guys, because I'm really undecided on a Spire's paint scheme yet, but before long we're going to be getting into doing some Spire elves. Got 3 more I need to build. Alright, let's get started, shall we? I mean, you know, ultimately Arkodaki, I guess that's probably, like, Disney would love to hear that. Did the kids like it? Awesome, then they'll keep buying Disney products for the next God knows how many years. And I know I've said this before, and I think it's just true. I've had to accept that Disney does not care about me as a customer anymore. And, you know, I guess why should they? I'm not providing most of the money. So, you know, fine, whatever. I guess that's where we're at. Hot pink? Is this another new camera? Shouldn't be, Arkodaki. I haven't changed any cameras. Purple carapace, black wrappings, and pale cream / white skin. So I was kind of thinking like a blue muscle. I like what Walter's Workshop has done with his sort of pearlescent, like abalone shell thing. I was thinking maybe something kind of like that. But I'm undecided yet. Maybe something in the blue register. That's what I was thinking, like maybe blue muscle shells for their armor. I want to do something, so they're described as the wrappings on their arms are supposed to be like soaked in weird Icarus alchemical concoctions, and I'm not sure how to get that across. I like the idea of them just like dripping with alchemical goo, though. Ren, welcome in. How you doing? Wombat Combat. How are you, my friend? I'm gonna try to paint quickly and using the crappiest brushes that I have. This is our weird initiative here. This brush looks like and is shit, and I'm gonna paint with it. So looking forward to painting those Rainy River designs. Kiernan's, hell yeah. So Arkudaki, I did make some changes probably since the last time you've been in that I added a lot more lighting to my desk, and I modified my camera settings to be, I believe, significantly more clear than they used to be. That may be what you're seeing. My video should be clearer and my quality a little crisper. And if that's true, then mission accomplished and way to go me. Why did they kill off the sheriff? I thought he was only wounded in the side. Arkudaki, did you watch the post-credit sequence? Because they didn't. Cobb Vanth will be returning as a cyborg. The post-credit sequence of Boba Fett season finale shows Cobb Vanth in the Bacta tank being worked on by the mod Cyberdoc, which is wonderful. I think that they're retooling the show they were gonna give to Cara Dune for Cobb Vanth, which is exciting. Is very, very exciting to me, because Cobb Vanth is, just by virtue of being Timothy Olyphant, infinitely more interesting than anyone else in Star Wars right now. It was like last week, White Wolf. Justified in Star Wars. Yeah, do it. Do it. Cast Walton Goggins as something. I don't even care who. Cast Walton Goggins as Cad Bane, who also isn't dead. They're like, oh, they killed Cad Bane. Just ignore the fact that there's an audibly beeping, blinking red light on his chest. I'm sure that has nothing to do with anything. I personally feel like that would have been a fine place for Cad Bane to die, but I would have been a little insulted if they had given Cad Bane's death to Robert Rodriguez. He doesn't fucking deserve it. Somehow, Cobb Vanth has returned. Walton Goggins as Dengar? Oh my god, yes, 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 Roland, yes. Yes. Who's gonna play Forlom, though? We gotta have a funny voice. Yeah, right, Azri? Who else are they gonna pull out? Like, they're doing the Western thing. That's like killing off Lee Van Cleef when you clearly intend to make sequels. And I mean, Cad Bane is very much the Lee Van Cleef of Star Wars. Let me go to another brush, because this one is not as fine as I need for the work I'm doing here. Still, I did some highlighting with this crap. I think this is one of the first... This is an ancient Winsor & Newton Series 7. I think when I say ancient, like... I've worn the chrome down to the brass with my fingers up here. It's seen some use. We are going to swap out to a nice, cheap acrylic... What brand is this? Wurlson number 7. Yeah, I agree to Square. And I feel bad for anybody who didn't watch the Clone Wars, because they wouldn't even get that much. IRL friends want to get into mini painting. We're going to start this weekend. Ren, that's fucking exciting. What are you going to paint? Everything. Everything! I can respect that. I can respect that. How you doing, OK Ovo? Okovo? Okovo 1. Original flavor better than Okovo 2. Okovo 2 is fucking way too overhyped. Welcome in, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, my nose itches so bad today. I'm sorry. I'm probably going to keep on scratching it. I don't know what's wrong with it. I should take some antihistamines or something after this. I'm rewatching Star Wars Rebels Season 4. I keep expecting to be disappointed at some point. I keep expecting to watch it and be like, this isn't as good as I remember, but I think it's actually better than I remember. Subdermal bonbon deposits. They're full of pastries. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, PSK? How you doing? Yeah, get them into Conquest. There you go. Just lie to them. Be like, everybody plays this game. Everybody. Be like a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know? Probably could have gone lighter with this initial application of blue, but we're learning lessons. Learning lessons and making small improvements each time. That's fine. We'll lighten it up plenty in a minute. I'll come back in with some titanium white that'll take care of it. Ichor in Greek mythology is blue. That's just the blood of the gods, isn't it? In Greek mythology, Ichor is the blood of the gods. In pop culture, Ichor kind of refers to any sort of internal fluid that isn't specifically blood. Blood of other beings other than humanoids, such as dragons. Yeah. One of them already has an in with Conquest due to his uncle being heavily into it. Fuck yeah. Yeah, but they have fluids, Riot Sister, and that's why I think Ichor is an appropriate description for what insect blood might be. Because again, it's not really blood. But they got goop, and that goop is Ichor. Everybody's full of juice inside. Bloodless bastards, the lot of them. It's better than being a green-blooded hobgoblin. God, I'm getting too old for this shit. Ichor was the black gooey shit that came out of dead spider monsters. Well, that's what we're talking about. It's the origin of the word is in Greek mythology, but it has come to mean something else through pop culture over the years. I'm going to lighten this up. I'm going to add a little bit more titanium white, because this is honestly really much darker than it needs to be. The color's right, but it's darker than it needs to be. I think this will be more productive. Mixing up where we're doing the gold and the steel this time. A little variation between each night, I think, will go a long way. Just press random Stream Deck buttons instead. Set up a series of macros and then activate them completely at random. Actually sounds like fun. That has potential. I've heard worse ideas today. Arkudaki, you have a fantastic evening. Get you some sleep. It's okay, you're in good company, Dwegom. Like, hey everybody, how we doing tonight? Dwegom just goes, Ichuta. That's like my favorite Star Wars curse. Ichuta. Like, I don't know what it means, but at the same time, I know exactly what it means. Which, isn't that, like, exactly what you want in a good insult? You don't really have to understand it to know exactly what I just said. Journeyman Pain Hour. My, oh my, oh my, hitting that 12-month mark. You fantastic person, you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the subscription. How you doing today, Pain Hour? 12 months. 12 months. It has been that long. Contemplate that. It's kind of mind-blowing, isn't it? Where does the time go? Did it ever exist in the first place? What even is reality? Well, it almost is Monday again, Rio, so you're not too far off. Ew, Mondays. Disgusting. I tend to agree. Mondays are for suckers, yo. So where are we falling on the what's the most important feature of a war game rule set? We've had a couple people suggest legibility, which I think is a good answer, but I don't necessarily agree with. And I again, because legibility is the kind of thing that you can fix quickly and easily. If you've got a good rule set but it's poorly communicated, that's one quick addition fix away from not being a problem anymore. Whereas if your rules are poorly written from the outset, it really doesn't matter how well you communicate them, they're always going to be bad. Clarity and simplicity. I tend to agree, but again, poor rules communicated clearly and simply don't make good rules. No tabling. I like that answer. The games that I really enjoy these days have rendered tabling almost completely impossible, and I'm very tempted to give that answer a lot of credence as a result. Because yeah, tabling is lame. I don't like lockout games. I don't like any game where one person can just completely dominate the other. Like, you know, to a degree, that's always going to be possible if a player is truly and completely outmatched and utterly incompetent. Sure. But it shouldn't be happening often. If people are often getting tabled in a game system, I tend to think that that is more of a problem with the game system than with the player at that point. Should have alternating activation. I agree that alternating activation that's my biggest problem with Warhammer 40k as a rule set. I hate I go, you go. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, oh, I hate it. It is bullshit. It's antiquated, and it's baffling that 40k still uses it. Worst rule I've ever seen, refer Adeptus Titanicus. Rules themselves are great, game is great, each rules can be embedded in A4 page of just fluff history. Ooh, yeah, that's rough. I agree that if a rules system is not being communicated well, that is definitely a weakness, but I have a hard time saying it's the most important thing. Just like games where certain armies and combinations of units are useless. So you're talking about balance primarily, Roland, and I agree that balance is important for a competitive wargaming experience, whether it be symmetrical or asymmetrical. Asymmetric balance can be fun too. There was an answer on the Conquest Discord that I think is the closest to what I would consider my answer to that question to be. And that answer, and I think it's one to consider, is player agency. I think that many other things in a rule system can be forgiven, but player agency is important. Players need to be making decisions throughout the entire game, meaningful decisions. The decisions that a player makes have to be integrated into the game system well enough that it keeps them engaged and it keeps them affecting the outcome. If you reach a point where there's no player decision that affects the outcome of the game, I think that's a failure of the game system. Shouldn't have trap or blatantly worthless options that you wouldn't notice if you weren't a veteran player. I agree. That's definitely something that... Now, that's never something that games do intentionally, I don't feel like. But it is something that happens to game systems. They present you with options that are just so suboptimal that they're... If you're a veteran player, you realize there's no reason to ever do them. Those are false choices. I don't like those. Should there be choices that are suboptimal in a given situation? I mean, absolutely there should be. But there shouldn't be choices that are never the right choice. But that is a balance question, and that is difficult to get quite right. There's another thing that can be rectified or counteracted if a game system is fairly alive and being regularly updated. I think that's another good answer, too, is that the game system is alive. That might go without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. Stream decks are kind of amazing. I love mine. They're not magical. It's one of those things where there's always someone who comes in like, well, you don't need a stream deck. All you need to do is buy a bunch of these switches and learn how to program and buy a 3D printer and make your own. And it's like, yeah, I could do that. Or I could just buy this one for like not really that much money and it could do all those things for me without me ever having to think about it. And that's why it's worth money, is because my time and my energy are also worth money. Could you use any given macro board? I mean, sure. Sure you could, but the Stream Deck makes it so damn easy. Ease of record keeping. Yeah, I could see that. A lot of games have adapted using, like, card systems for that very purpose. That's something I quite like. Knowing what's where. Communicating the battlefield state to both players clearly is something that I think doesn't get enough focus in the rule design phase. It's something players often have to kind of fix for themselves with aftermarket parts tokens and whatnot. Bulldozer, we got a lot of streamers right here in chat and in the Discord. If you've got questions, you can always feel free to ask. If you're wondering, should you start streaming, my answer is going to be yes, give it a chance. You won't know if you like it until you try it, and the thing is, you might hate it. You might try streaming and be like, this sucks, I don't want to do it. That's entirely possible, but you won't know until you give it a shot. Clear and concise quick reference notes for new players. I think that is important. I know Warcaster has that. They have a little card that helps you go through the turn sequence, and I use it constantly. I love that feature. I love that they are acknowledging the fact that I'm probably going to forget the turn sequence. And I don't need to be shamed over that. I need help. That's part of the reason I started streaming Rio is to encourage me to adhere to something vaguely like a schedule. And it works sometimes. Sometimes. Mostly. Alright, let's do some quick blends, and then work on our first round of highlightings. I hate that too, Shock. It's less of a problem for me if we're using alternating activations. So if I lose a unit, it probably has something to do with a choice that I made. And that's what I mean when I say player agency. Like, if I delay activating a unit when I could have activated and it dies before it gets to go, at least I have some choice involved in the fact that just happened. You know what I mean? It's happening because I failed to do something or because I made a choice and not because I had no choice and that was just always going to happen. I don't like the game making decisions for me. This all stems from a particularly bad experience or two I've had in 40k. He's like, I'm gonna activate first. I activate this stratagem that says all my tanks can fire through, or a psychic power. All my tanks can fire through cover. I fire all my tanks and I wipe out half your force before it activates. What a fun game. I'm so glad I'm playing this. Hey, what's up, Dark Traveler? Now, a lot of the answers we're getting have to do with the rules being communicated clearly, and I think that the rules reference card idea is basically that same answer. I can't disagree. I don't necessarily personally feel that is universally the right answer. But, you know, it's all going to come down to opinion at a certain point.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me.
Don't.
For the love of God. Don't do it. Oh, Coral, how you doing today, my friend? Yeah, I like this method better. I've got a smoother, more consistent bass tone for my steel now. I think it's like one more step, maybe a little extra time involved in the process, but I can go right from here to titanium white and start applying highlights and blends and gradients. Maybe update and streamline your rules instead of using the same ones for 35 years. It sounds like you're talking about a particular game. I wonder what game that could be. And, hey, you know, you can say a lot of things about Warhammer 40k's rule system. The one thing you cannot claim is that they don't try to keep it updated, that they don't try new things. They absolutely do. They're not always a good idea, but man, oh man, what are we in, 9th edition now? That's something. What edition of BattleTech are we in now? Oh yeah. We don't have editions. Which is more than a little ridiculous. I think that they've gotten it right more than they've gotten it wrong, strictly Bulldozer, but, they've made mistakes. They've certainly made mistakes. I've heard mostly good things about 8th and 9th editions. I haven't played either of them. Myself. People seem to like them, though. The games are certainly more popular than ever. That has to be worth something. Hopefully Warcaster teaches them some fun stuff. When Privateer Press is going to feel comfy with radical changes to War Machine. If they're not comfy by now, they never will be. War Machine is fallen in popularity so far. It's a little nuts. Now's the time to do severe changes, and it doesn't seem like they're really willing to. How you doing, Grim Nation? Welcome in. Thank you so much for that shout-out, Data Nerd. Blendy, blendy, blend, right quick. Don't let myself spend too much time on any one thing. I'm definitely letting myself get distracted here, so let's speed it up a bit. Game that separates the basic rules from advanced rules, makes them optional rules that can be included ad hoc is really fun. Yeah, I call that, like BattleTech, I refer to that as an a la carte gaming system. I think that is not great for tournament games. Is not great for tournament games, which is what a lot of gaming systems are aiming to be these days. Alright, we'll start coming in with some raw titanium white here. I haven't played Warhammer Underworlds to Square. I couldn't speak to that. It depends on what you want your game to be. I tend to think that the ideal is a unified but quality game system. Because when you have an a la carte gaming system like BattleTech, you wind up with something closer to a role-playing game than a war game. Alright. Let's carry on with our highlights, starting back at the rump of the horse. Laying this white in real thick, because we're going thick over thin here. Just kind of laying it out in the shape, the volumetric shape that I'm trying to achieve here, which is a cylinder. And I maintain that if you're looking to do good highlights in non-metallic metal in particular, what you really want to do is pay attention to volumetric highlighting and learn how to do a few simple shapes, notably the sphere, the cube, and the cylinder. You can do the sphere, the cube, and the cylinder. You can do 90% of any given model. And that's fair too. So see, that's the thing Cerberus call. At a certain point, because it's so esoteric, personal preference is always going to factor in, which is why I try to leave things like theme out of consideration, because that's going to be very individual. Regardless of theme, though, what makes a good rule set? And if you get into why you're playing the game, you could argue something like Alpha Strike has a particularly good rule set because you can tailor it to whatever you want to do, but then what you don't have is a good tournament game, because it's non-standardized. Not a bad tournament game, per se, but not a good one. And anytime we're talking about questions of objective quality, we do have to take a moment and sort of define what we're looking for, what our values are, what we're going to say is good in this context. So let's change the question up a little bit. We've talked a little bit about what people think is important in a rule set. Okay. Let's broaden the question. What is a good wargame to you? What experience does a good wargame provide to you personally? Not looking for an all-purpose answer, but you personally. When you think of a wargame, when you think of what's going to bring you into one, what are you looking for? I know what I'm looking for the most part, but I'm curious about y'all. And I don't expect the answers to be the same, so don't worry about objective truth here. What is it you want out of your little plastic men? Risk, best work. You know, that's not a bad answer, Grim Nation Hobbies. Risk is, we could take that a step further and say the greatest war game ever made is chess. And I don't think that that's wrong. It's just not necessarily what we're talking about. Tournament scene creates churn creates revenue without having to chase the myth of infinite perpetual growth. There's something to it. A good mix of tactics and chance. It's an interesting answer because I think a lot of people would want to do away with chance as much as possible. Not everybody necessarily, but a lot of people. Some chance, yes. Yes. Chance is obviously a necessary part of the game. That's why we involve dice. But bringing back in chess, there is no chance at all to chess. And I agree with Square for the most part. I like a good rule system, but a universe that fires up my imagination is very personally important to me. And then again, I know some people who couldn't give a rat's ass about the setting of any given war game. Consistency, allowable flexibility, but maybe one rigid set for tournaments, one for local tables. Not a wargamer per se, but for what I'm seeing in others. It's very difficult to get a consistent rule set that works for every situation. Very, very difficult to do. Now, it's difficult to do shouldn't preclude that from still being a goal, mind you, I'm just saying. No chance in chess is what allows it to endure. It also makes it so unapproachable. Yes, that's a good point, Amishtig. The chance in most modern war games is what makes it possible for new players to really get into it. The knowledge that I may make a mistake and still come out on top because RNG favors me. Objectively, the best reason for a game is to be entertained, though, right? Yes, Kursala. However, everyone's definition of entertainment is not the same. Different people will be entertained by different aspects of a game. Never painted lightning so small. I can see the finish line. I can smell the finish line, baby. Keep up the good work, Merlin. I'm looking forward to seeing old Kayvon crawling in my skin, Shrike. With lightning claws and all. If it's supposed to pull in elements of real war, chaos is there, and I think terrain is important. I would... I maintain that realism is the worst excuse to do anything in a war game rules-wise. I think realism should be thrown almost entirely out the window. I think a better word that we should be looking for is plausibility. You want something to be plausible so that when it happens... plausible and thematic so that when it happens in the game, players can go, oh, I can imagine within the setting why this is happening. But if you're doing something because it's realistic, real war isn't fun. Real war also doesn't really involve much chance. If you're good at real war, chance is not much of a factor at all. You're attacking your opponents when they're absolutely at their weakest, and you're attacking them as hard as you possibly can, and eliminating them while suffering not just limited casualties in return, but as few options, as few opportunities as possible for them to even retaliate. That is not fun. But then it's not supposed to be. It's battle. In a real war, nobody gives a shit about fairness. It's about who wins. Xandershade, welcome in. Does anyone know if license plates exist in the Battletech setting? Automat, certainly, yes. It's an extension of our own future. So that would just depend on the planet you're on, whether they have a licensing infrastructure. And making that real in the Battletech universe is as simple as going, on this one planet they exist, and bing bang boom, you're done. You got some drama on the local con scene, eh? What's going on? Uncertainty. One of the reasons I adore the various Warlord games as much as I do is its initiative system. Very nicely represents No Plan Survives First Contact. I like that, Amish Stig. I actually really enjoy the dice draw activation system because it forces you, as a player, to not only have a plan, but be adaptable. Have a plan, but be capable of changing that plan as is necessary to suit whatever situation presents itself. And in that way, it's more like a puzzle game. But I quite like Beyond the Gates of Antares, which uses that same die draw activation system that Warlord has. I mean, it is a Warlord game. Alright, I gotta speed up. I slowed down again. We're going quicker. We're going quicker. I hate the I go, you go system. I think that's one of the worst things in wargaming. If you come to me with a new wargame and you say to me, oh, it uses an I go, you go rule, like, activation system, I lose interest almost immediately, personally. I need some variation of an initiative system or just alternating activations. I really, really liked Rune Wars, you guys. I know I've said it a number of times. I'm going to say it again. You're going to have to keep hearing it, but it has one of my favorite initiative systems of any game, where each unit has its own combination of dials with a set of standard actions on them, and each of those actions that it has have their own initiative. So it's like this unit can do a ranged attack at this initiative. This other unit can also do a ranged attack, but at a different initiative based on how fast it is. So it's more those specific units, what they're capable of and what combinations. And then it uses a descending order. So it's like, you know, okay, my guy, we set all our dials, and then it's like, does anybody have anything at, you know, sequence 1, sequence 2, sequence 3, and then you trade back and forth activating at each sequence. Hey, what's up, Gus Schultz? How you doing today, man? Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a fine day. Making good progress on our rump steel. I can't figure out how to highlight these stupid little medallions on the back, so yeah, whatever. Finish them up later. I just wanted them to be in steel since they're going to be against the red. Have to know what my priorities are because, well, I can take the basic odds of I have X dice, you have Y dice. Have to be able to change those plans on the fly because of the wrong die. I'll tell you one of the problems I have with that system, Amish Stig. One of the problems I have with that die draw system, specifically as it pertained to Beyond the Gates of Antares. I was a main, still am, a main Gar player in Beyond the Gates of Antares. And for those of you who have played the game, you know that the Gar's special rule is, we break the game! Hooray for us! Like, they just, everything everybody else does, they do differently. They're just fucking special like that. And between the little stratagem cards that you could buy and play during the game, and their reactor overdrive system, the way I play Gar is I arrange myself, and I'm looking for the golden turn. There's one turn when I'm playing Gar that is the turn where I just overwhelm the opponent. I look for that turn, and when I find it, I play the card that lets me remove their activation dice. I There's another one that lets me force a number of redraws. I have as many of those as I can possibly take. And then I proceed. I also run a bunch of super cheap little, like, GAR... What are they called? The GAR outcast units, the little guys with the guns. They cost almost nothing. But they add a die to the bag. So I run a bunch of those. I run the independent GAR outcast gun crawlers, which are also dirt fucking cheap and add a die to the bag. And then I activate all of my reactor overdrives on the same damn turn. And essentially what happens is I go in and I remove some of your dice, and then I double my dice, and I dump them all in the bag. And if you draw one of your dice, I play a card, and we redraw again, and there's a strong chance that I draw one of mine. So basically on one turn, I have made it such that my opponent didn't get to draw any dice until the very end of the turn, and I'm just wiping out units one after the other with my overcharged battlesuits. So, okay, that might be a weakness of that particular game, the fact that you can game the system that way, but it's something to keep in mind for that type of randomized system. That was very much me abusing the rules as badly as I could, but I was able to. I mean, you know, in fairness, the GAR are a high-risk, high-reward army, so I think they kind of favor playstyles like that. Well, I'll tell you, sometimes, Kursala, just because of the random nature of the die drawing, the players just won't get to go until the end of the turn. It does happen. It's statistically unlikely, but I've had rounds of that, particularly when I'm playing dice-heavy armies, where it's just like, sit there and wait for me to finish my whole activation. Now, okay, there is a system in that game, to be fair, Shock 21, that makes it difficult to pull that off, and that is that if you're not drawing dice, you can choose to react to opponents, which allows you to go in and draw a die and do a limited action before they complete their action, but you have to meet a very particular set of criteria to be able to do reactions. And then your unit doesn't get to activate later, but it is possible. Like, if you're caught in the open getting fired at, you can do a reaction to try to run to cover. I think that's a good system. I like Beyond the Gates of Antares. I'm just saying that those systems are not the most competitive. I would never regard Beyond the Gates of Antares as like a competitive tournament game. It's too random for that. It's the kind of game where you can lose and legitimately go, well, the dice weren't on my side, and that could very much be the actual answer as far as why you lost. For me, I think in a good war game, true randomization should never be the honest reason that you lost the game. It should hurt, it should force you to react, randomization should. Absolutely, it should impact the flow of the game, but it should never lose you the game on its own. It should always be because the opponent had a better plan than you. That's fair. In Rune Wars, I used to say that you can't win a match of Rune Wars in the deployment phase, but you can lose it. Oh man, you can lose it. I said the same thing for Armada, but they're similar game systems. Not strictly automat. Not strictly. The only Beyond the Gates of Antares... Dude, I own a full 6 armies for Beyond the Gates of Antares. I really like that game. It's a solid game. It's got some fun lore to it, too. It's real, like, far out there sci-fi. Yeah, bolt action, as far as I understand it, doesn't have the same die manipulation mechanics, but it can play out very similarly. I played some bolt action when I first discovered it. I didn't stick with it for very long. I moved on to Antares pretty quickly because I prefer my wargame sci-fi as opposed to historical. Sci-fi or fantasy over historical pretty universally for me. Grab some thicker titanium white here. Really lay this in. Lay it in pretty thick. Grab a little bit more and come out to my edges here. Oop, that might have been a bit much. That's okay. You can always clean up oils. That's easy. I like that stack too. So that's how Conquest does its activations. In Conquest, what you do is you have a card for every unit that you're playing. And you, as the player, decide what order to stack those cards in. And then you figure out initiative for the round, and then you alternate drawing cards and activating units. And it works pretty well. I actually really like that system. And there's some manipulation you can do too. Like, you can move cards in the stack using special abilities. Your opponent can force you to move cards in the stack using, like, supremacy abilities and things like that. And I like that combination of decision-making and manipulation. It's better to me than randomization for the most part. And it gives you a certain amount of, like, you both are making decisions, and you're also then locked into those decisions, and you have a certain amount of, what's the word I'm looking for, inertia to your decision-making. Like, you know what order you want to activate things in, sure, and that might change as the round plays out, but you're still kind of stuck into that order you first decided on. So you have to have a good plan. What am I... What? I'm always waiting to make you look like an Asker Sala. How you doing, Sumatha? In the end, did Andy Chambers write it? If so, good rule set. Oh, now I can't think of his name. How embarrassing is that? This is the problem with doing anything live. Is when I have a brain fart because I'm trying to paint and have a discussion at the same time, everybody sees it. Shit, what's his name? What's the rule writer's name? He did many of the original Rogue Trader rule sets, and he did Beyond the Gates of Antares, and his name is right on the tip of my tongue. It's okay, Wolfen, I know what you meant. Rick Priestley. Thank you very much, Amish Stig. I'm thinking of Rick Priestley. I've always liked Priestley's rule sets. They're not perfect. but they're usually innovative to a certain degree. Ironically, they might not seem that way. They might seem very old school just because he's the guy who wrote most of the rule systems that we now recognize. So you see something new from Rick Priestley and you're like, this seems really old, but it's because he invented a lot of those systems in the first place. Vergaderung, my god. We're hitting the 25-month mark for a couple people tonight. Vergaderung, thank you so much for your continued support, my friend. Absolutely means the world. How you doing, man? How them heliostats treating you? I know that you had you've had some frustration with getting those painted up, but man, looking at that solar collection tower, so nice, so nice. Well, we'll be sure to say only nice things about it, Merlin Models. We won't criticize it harshly at all, knowing that you won't be here to defend yourself. Question from Off-Pist. Off-Pist? Should the link to your shop lead to a page not found message instead of my work? Oh my god, Devolvio, does it really? Shit. I haven't updated my link tree in a few months, and that's why it does that. I updated my link for the chatbot, but I didn't update the link in my link tree. Poopy 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 doop. And I don't think I updated it in my About section. That is my fault. You should be able to hit exclamation Steel Warrior and get a link over there, though. Cyberpunk Red win. Oh, God. Oh, God, Roland. Why don't I have infinite time to do everything? I still have a really good seed for a continued Cyberpunk Red campaign, but, oh god, finding the time to do it. Of course I'm the DM. Of course I am. That's my lot in life. I am the eternal DM. I never get to play role-playing games. I'm always having to fucking run them. I would very much like to, though, do some more Cyberpunk Red, Roland. We'll see if we can't find the right timing for it. I'll fix that, Devolvio. Thank you for noting that. Free Stitches Malone! Oh my god, Stitches Malone. We don't know where he was. We don't know where he was at the end of that session. He was not there for the attack on the apartment building. He was somewhere. I was so self-conscious about doing that character. Like, I had the idea and I thought, this would be fun! And then doing it in front of everybody was so weird. Somebody pretty much only likes the GM games, hence the GM in my name. Will you wear it with pride? Well, a DM whenever I can get a group together. I don't really mind it. I think the problem is that I put a lot of pressure on myself as a DM. I really want it to be good, and it ends up eating more time than it probably should, the writing process. I always end up writing more content than the players actually go through, but I think that that is the mark of a good DM anyway, is that, you know, you've got a plan. Like we did with Erewhon, which is... I've meant to play Erewhon a number of times, Amishtig, and I haven't played it. I remember when it came out, and I thought, I'd like to play this game, but I never really got into it. I think that that is one that suffers from being as generic as it is. Where Erewhon is designed to use... It's almost like miniatures agnostic. It's designed to use anything you want. Whereas I think Antares got me because it has a very unique setting and some very interesting models. Like, the Gar models are all pretty crazy. It's okay, Amish Stig. And I do apologize to people when I miss your chat messages. It happens more these days than it used to because we got a lot of people in chat. I do ask you to be somewhat understanding that I am, you know, painting minis and trying to chat with people at the same time. I'm gonna miss some things, but I don't do it to anyone on purpose. That's why we wind up with slow mode on sometimes, is so that I can pretend like I'm trying to keep up. How are we feeling about our horse armor so far? How's this looking? I haven't really touched the knight so much. Raven Cat, welcome in. Get it on the mod store. Ooh, that's a deep cut. That's an Oblivion reference. Man, oh man, we're getting old. I just want to get it to a point where all it needs is... so the last highlight, when you're doing non-metallic metal and oils, I find that getting a good blend, and then letting it sit long enough to cure, and then doing your final stark highlight after it's cured a little while, is very, very helpful. So I want to get it to a point where all it needs is to sit and cure for about 24 hours, and then get its final round of highlights. But we got our last one done almost entirely in one paint session, so we're gonna keep seeing how far we can go. 24 months, 2 years, 2 friends, 2 the best. Oh my god, Thunder Sister, thank you so much. Riot Sister, you don't have to sub. You don't have to sub to the channel, Riot Sister. You give me so much already, so much of your time, so much of your energy, so much of your wonderful thinky brain thoughts. So many? I guess that'd be so many. Riot Sister, thank you so much for your incredible and continued support. If I had to pick my favorite things to come out of starting streaming on Twitch at all, you'd be pretty damn close to the top of the list, if not topping it out. If not just being the whole list, Riot Sister. Thank you so much. This is riding a horse. Is this before or after he took an arrow to the knee? It was in Oblivion, Shock 21. They absolutely had downloadable horse armor for... Wait. Am I crazy? I remember the downloadable horse armor being in Oblivion. I'm sure they did it in Skyrim as well, but it was in Oblivion first. Hey, Chewy! Thank you so much for that sub, my friend. Really, you guys are the fucking best. Thank you all for all of your support. For keeping the stream going. God knows how much abuse I'd put up with if people weren't occasionally buying me a cup of coffee via this stream. Where does that hoodie sit on her? She's wearing the hoodie. Picking up more kit for May and June. How you doing, Mafik? It's good to see you. Yeah, that's what I thought, Stig. I was like, I remember that being Oblivion. I'm old enough to remember that. Guys, oh my god, I remember my buddy JT, whose dad is a famous author. He had a nicer house than we did, and he got his Xbox 360 before I did. I remember he got Oblivion the night that it released. We stayed up till like 5 a.m. playing that shit, marveling at that game. POV 42 hitting that 11-month mark, and what a mark to hit. POV, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the subscription, my friend. $100 pennies at my head. Oh no! Oh god! No, we tuck those into the G-string down here. We just go ahead and slip that dollar bill right there, Cookie Mama. Oh my god! Hype trains. What even is a hype? I've been streaming for 2 years. I'm still not totally clear on what a hype train is. I should probably get a handle on that at some point. It's exciting, whatever it is. It's probably good, right? It makes me feel loved. I guess that's probably the most important aspect of it. Ooh, we're gonna have new dice coming in here pretty soon, folks. And we're not that far from 2,000 followers. We're at like 1903 now. I think 97 more follows. And we're going to be doing our Darth Vader givings aways, giving away a couple of Star Wars Legion Darth Vader figures, specifically the ones that we've been oil painting here recently, which would be... Oh my god, Xander Shade. Thank you so much for the gift subs, Xander Shade. Oh my god, people enjoy those. Going out to Negative Charisma, Crazy Wolf, Miniman Painting, Grim Nation Hobbies, and the Skeleton. The Skella Egg, as it were. Where is he? We got 2 Vaders that we've done up on stream that we're going to be giving away. The second one isn't actually technically done yet. He needs a little bit more work. But yeah, we hit 2K, and I'm going to be doing some drawings for these guys. I'm leaving them on standard Legion bases, and they'll be well protected so that when you get them to your home, you should have no problem rebasing them or keeping them just how they are. Lady Wolfen, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm pretty happy with how these have come out. We're going to be doing the 3rd Vader here pretty soon, applying lessons learned on these 2 guys. Auto Fire with 250 biddies. Y'all are all worked up. Y'all are hopped up on gamer juice or something. Holy hell. I'm really happy with it, Vergaderung, and I've had a few paint jobs lately where I've just kind of gone for it, like not totally confident I can do whatever effect it is that I'm doing, but I'm just like, fuck it, let's try it. Let's just try it. Worst thing that can happen is it looks like shit and I try again, right? And it's been working. It's been working. It's a good feeling. That OSL in particular has been a big confidence booster lately. That thunder juice. High on a little bit of the old,
As crackling thunder spunk. Yeehaw!
Oh my god. What's Katic Harmony up to lately? We haven't seen much of him. He's been painting some 40k, but I haven't been in on any of his streams. Has he even been streaming? It's like he's got a lightsaber or something. I maintain that Star Wars Legion, like, it's aimed at newbie gamers, and it's ironically like one of the worst IPs to get newbie gamers in on, because it's all shiny white armor, shiny black armor, and glowing swords. Like, this is some of the most difficult shit to paint. It's unbelievable. He's playing Foxhole, but for some reason isn't streaming. Yeah, I know he's been working his ass off, which is good. I mean, you know, it's as good as that can be. It's better than not having work, certainly. I miss my streaming buddy, though. Why can't he just be independently wealthy for no good reason? How you doing, Alara Kerensky? What's up, my friend? Well, life will do that. Particularly for us stream folk, sometimes we have to actually go and live our lives, as ridiculous as that may seem. You guys with your hype trains, out of fucking control. Thank you all so much, and Xander Shade, really, thank you so much for those gift subs. Desert Owl to Square, Auto Fire, thank you guys so much for the biddies. Cookie Mama, you too. You guys are the best. You make it a pleasure. You make it an absolute pleasure for me to sit here and paint. I'm glad you do, because I need the motivation. Sometimes I'm really unmotivated to just sit down and actually do the work, you know? Brighten this top highlight. It needs some more. Just straight up titanium white. I'm going to do it in a ridge down the center, and then I'm going to blend it out. How's things going for you, Alara Kerensky? I've been seeing you playing a lot of Battletech Advanced 3062 lately. I still haven't played BTA 3062. I played Battletech Extended 3025, but I'm thinking about trying BTA. It seems like a lot. It seems like a lot. I want you to piss minis and paint. Wait, what? Oh my god. How you doing, Lady B? Welcome in. I got motivated once. It was awful. Oh, shock. I like you. You know, this is like banging the chicks you live with. It is terrible, man. Ba 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 ba. Every day with this. Ba 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 ba. Get out, lady. 1,000 Thunderbucks to the man who knows what that's a reference to. Thunderbucks cannot be exchanged for legal tender. Oh, I'm doing pretty well, Lady B. I'm doing reasonable non-metallic metals for the most part. I say reasonable because I'm still getting the hang of this. Interestingly enough, it was somebody. It was well before Flulaborg became a thing, but I wouldn't doubt that Flulaborg was aware of this when he started doing his bit. Rogue Tech is terrifying. I've tried to play Rogue Tech before, and I just, like, it's a bit much. Joy of Painting minis, welcome in, man. Alright. Let's keep going. Keep getting distracted here. I'm going slower than I was on Tuesday, but that's okay. That's okay. Because I know where I'm going with this, ultimately. That's the part that matters. Wolfen 96. We got a lot of Wolfens today. Is it a full moon? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Can we just say Battletech is so 1990? That was certainly a bit of its heyday. I'll give you that. But it's had quite the resurgence lately, and I'm happy about that. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but if anybody sees these paint jobs I'm doing and thinks, wow, those look really good, do note that as I work on this, I'm not even using any fine brushes. You want to see the brushes that I've used so far on this mini? Used 4 brushes tonight, and even that many is not totally necessary, but these are the brushes I've been using. Like, you don't need fine tip brushes to do oil painting pretty decently. It helps to have 1 or 2 for fine detailing, but a lot of this you can get done real sloppy. I know how you boys like some sloppy. Oh, Lady B, thank you for the reminder.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I don't have much of an opinion on John Cena. I never really watched wrestling. I never really had much of an opinion on him. I understand he does a lot of Make-A-Wish Foundation requests, which I think is really cool. And I've been quite enjoying Peacemaker, so what opinion I have of him is colored by that, and is fairly positive. Peacemaker is stupid and crass, but fun, like everything James Gunn does. It's like the golden age of Adam Sandler.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
He's granted more individual Make-A-Wish requests than anyone else? Damn. I'm aware that he has said something recently regarding China/Taiwan that has made him very unpopular, but I'm not going to hold that one against him. That is a difficult environment to navigate, particularly if you're trying to, like, make it in the entertainment industry. I look at that and I say to myself, maybe we shouldn't be looking to people like John Cena to give us opinions on international politics. Maybe we should just leave the guy alone on that front. But I don't really know what he said, so I can't comment to it directly. You know, Crossbow Roof, it's not for everybody. And no, we're not watching Slither. Slither makes me uncomfortable. I've seen Slither twice, and it's a bit much. It's a bit much. I'm not saying I think I like it. I think I like Slither. But, there's some scenes in that movie that make me real uncomfortable. I don't know what that says about me versus what that says about James Gunn. I mean, I say this as someone whose one of my favorite movies is The Thing, you know? I just always think of that horrible, horrible scene where Michael Rooker takes, what's the character's name, Starla, back to his trailer and turns her into the slug brood mother. Like, that scene makes me really uncomfortable because, like, the way that it's shot and the way that it's written, I'm like, I feel like I'm participating in someone's fetish. And I'm not super comfortable with it. It's... go watch it again, Vergaderung, and tell me that it's not intentionally a little sexual. I think it is. And it's... it's... oh my god. Actually, no, don't watch it. Just don't watch that movie. No, that's not fair. I actually think Slither is a pretty good movie. And I'm okay with body horror. Like, I fucking love Frank Darabont's The Blob. You haven't seen it? Oh my god, forgot it wrong. You can probably find that scene. Just go look up, like, Starla Broodmother and watch whatever clips you can find. And just be really uncomfortable. One with the policeman who's the captain of Serenity. Yes, DeVolvio. Yeah, it has Nathan Fillion in it, who plays Malcolm Reynolds in Firefly. James Gunn and Nathan Fillion have a long working relationship. He's in a lot of stuff that James Gunn has done. The Blob was a movie I saw far too young, had nightmares for years, and didn't realize it was a film anymore. Dude, The Blob is great. And it has a lot of really, really weird and unsettling body horror to it, too. The Blob is one of the only movies of that style I can think of that just straight kills kids. Like, a lot of those movies will put kids in danger, but The Blob has a scene where a kid gets consumed by the blob, and then as they're trying to escape from it, like, he lunges out of the water, and you see him being digested, like his skin is coming off, and he's still screaming and in pain, and I'm like, ah! Like, as a kid, that really hit me. Because, you know, as a kid watching those movies, you tend to feel invulnerable because they never kill kids, but in that one, I'm like, oh my god, it would digest me. When the jock boyfriend dies, and she goes into the room, and it's like pulling him apart, and he's reaching out, and there's the one arm of his that's still intact, and beneath it, like you can see his skull disintegrating while he's still alive. It's horrifying. The old man at the beginning, do you remember the most? Yeah, it jumps up on his arm and starts eating him. God, that movie's it's such a good movie. But I mention this because I want to make clear, like, I watch The Blob and I'm like, this is awesome, I want more of it. And then I go watch Slither and I'm like, this is too much, I don't want to watch this. Just to kind of give you a thermometer, if you will, for how fucking crazy and gross Slither is. But it is, you know, it's supposed to be that way. I mean, James Gunn comes from trauma. Like, I feel like he got really popular, and there's a bunch of people who've seen, like, Guardians of the Galaxy, who are like, James Gunn's the best, who don't really understand where James Gunn came from. It is a dark and twisted realm of filmmaking that Lloyd Kaufman pioneered. Sick bastard that he is. I shouldn't say Lloyd Kaufman is sick, he believes in DIY. They can be, Grim Nation. They really can be. What year did The Blob come out? So, there is the 1950s The Blob, which, don't watch it, it sucks, it's boring, it's a bunch of people talking. And then there's 1980... I'm gonna get it wrong if I pick a year. I was going to say 87. So yeah, I would have had it wrong, but not by much. Thank you, Sumitha. The remake of The Blob was written by Frank Darabont. And it is fantastic. Yeah, no, that one sucks, Merlin Models. A lot of the beats are the same. The old man in the beginning and everything. But if you haven't seen 1988's The Blob as done by Frank Darabont, you are missing out. That movie is great. It's brilliantly written, too. Like, it is genuinely... In addition to being kind of a body horror gross out movie, it is genuinely a good movie. It is brilliantly written. And yeah, he did, not The Fog. Not The Fog, Wolfen. The Fog is the one with the fisherman, and that was done by... Who did that one? I can't remember offhand. You're thinking of The Mist. And yes, Darabont did The Mist, which is also an excellent movie. One of my favorite bad ends, just ever. Honestly, though, Wolfen, like, that is a very common mistake. I make that slip up sometimes, too, so don't worry about that. Yeah, the fog is the kind of boring one about ghost fishermen. I like it. A lot of people don't. I don't think it's particularly great. It's just a favorite of mine from my childhood. And that was John Carpenter. Yeah. Really, Lady Wolfen? You don't like the ending? That's one of my favorite parts about the movie. I mean, it's horrible, don't get me wrong. It is a bad end. But that's kind of what I like about it, is how unyielding it is. Like, it is very unkind to the protagonist. Alright, I slowed down a lot. I'm going to try to pick my speed back up here. Still trying to do one of these per stream, and I don't know if I'm going to pull this one off, because I've dawdled a lot tonight. But we'll see how far we can get regardless. As a mom, I hate the ending. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's not a nice ending at all. The mist, the fog is the one with the zombie pirates, punished Fink. The mist is the one with the Stygian nightmares from beyond space, who are still not as bad as the regular old humans. Which is really the point of that story, is that people are way goddamn worse than monsters. To quote Aliens, I don't know which ones are worse. We don't see them fucking each other over for a damn percentage. Yeah, you never see the monsters in the mist fucking each other over at all. It's only the humans. It makes sense, Sumitha. It makes sense. I don't think it's as satisfying in a cheap popcorn sense, but I think that it is more satisfying in a narrative sense. Well, nah, that's not even true. Satisfying is not the right word for that kind of ending. For who is the bigger villain? In what, Roland? Did anybody else notice that Army of the Dead by Zack Snyder was just Aliens, but shitty? Like, to the point that it ripped off entire scenes and lines of dialogue, almost verbatim. But worse. Burke or Gorman? I mean, Burke. Burke is absolute... That's not a comparison, Roland. How could you have that conversation? Burke is a villain. Gorman is an antagonist for part of the film, but he is not a villain. Ironically, Burke is not an antagonist for most of the movie, and then he is revealed as a villain. Yeah, I can't care. I can't care. Zack Snyder's a hack. Like, you hear Zack Snyder's doing another movie, you might as well just be saying, oh, did you hear Zack Snyder's gonna blow himself in public again? I did hear that, yeah. I'm not gonna watch that one either. Well, yeah, Burke earns his death. That's precisely the point, is that Gorman is not a villain. He is an antagonist, briefly, and he is painted in such a way that you could confuse him with a villain, but it's revealed that he is very much not one. Whereas Burke is not painted as an antagonist, but is revealed to be the villain. He's more of a villain than the aliens are. Well, not quite on his feet, but that's just because the vent shaft was very, very short. Yeah, no, Gorman was a badass. I like Gorman. The bad things that he did were just him being inexperienced and trying to maintain control, not knowing how to delegate. It's all summed up when they ask, you know, how many drops is this for you, Lieutenant? He says something like, 17. Simulated. How many combat drops? 2. Including this one. Yeah. Somebody wake up Hicks. Fucking, I love that movie. Ripley, don't worry. Me and my squad of ultimate badasses will protect you. Check it out. Phase particle beam phalanx. Fwat! Fry half a city with this puppy. We should again. I haven't for a little while. I've been waiting for some updates to come out, and I haven't really paid attention to if they're updating Fireteam. I'm curious if anything more has happened, though. What were the odds of a first contact situation? Vanishingly small, since it had never happened before, Larabic. Ran out of liquid skill. Oh no! Oh no, you're out of blackwash! No, Cerberus. We got sonic electronic ball breakers. We got nukes. We got knives, sharp sticks. Seven of 9 finished? That ain't half bad. Yeah, the comparison between Gorman and Burke is one of my favorites in, like, film history, because they definitely paint Gorman like he's gonna be the bad guy, or at least he's gonna be, you know, standing in the way of the heroes as they fight the bad guys who are the aliens. But as it goes on, it becomes more clear that the aliens are mostly just animals. Mostly. Like, the Queen makes them a little bit more than that, but they're doing their life cycle for the most part, and then we have to fight against them. Gorman is inexperienced but trying. Burke is evil. Burke is a malicious son of a bitch. He is a monster. But he seems very reasonable at first. You are tempted to trust him. He's always the one who's approaching everything from the most logical, possible, calm point of view. He's just a fucking sociopath. These people are dead, Burke. You're not gonna sleaze your way out of this one. They're gonna nail you to the wall. Right to the fucking wall. Ripley, I have to say, I'm disappointed. I thought you, of all people, would be smarter than this. That's okay, Vergata. I want to see what you got anyway, Verg. This Burke is the hero to those who aspire to executive positions. Yeah, Burke is the hero from the perspective of the board. of the company. He's their hero, certainly. Unfortunately, they're nobody's fucking hero but their own. Hey, what's up, Voxel Forge? Yeah, Paul Reiser, like, that maybe is the one thing that I actually like. I'm not a fan, pretty much at all, of Stranger Things past Season 1. Even Stranger Things Season 1 has weaknesses, but Season 1's pretty good. It was fresh, it was fun, it was unique. I feel like it should have stopped with that, because I didn't like Season 2 basically at all. But I did like Paul Reiser's role in Season 2 of Stranger Things, only because it was a subversion of what he was known as. Like, they set him up to be Burke, and then he wasn't. He was a good guy, and you know what? Paul Reiser deserved that much. Merlin Models, you have a fantastic night. Thanks for hanging out, man. How you doing, Larabic? There's the flannel. Yeah, he looked so normal and human and approachable. Too bad he was a fucking monster. Oh, Ravencat, we're talking about Burke from Aliens. The corporate character who tried to fuck everybody over. He was a real bastard, that Burke. Got that miniature model painting game. How is it, Voxel Forge? I don't see myself ever getting it, but I am curious about it. Burke's family tree is either Richard Jones or Bob Morton. He seems like more of a... he's more of a Dick Jones guy than Bob Morton. Morton was trying. Bob Morton was trying to make a good product. Dick Jones didn't give a shit. Dick Jones cared about profits over people. I don't think Bob Morton was like a great person, but he wasn't a monster. He was a bit monstrous for what he did to Alex Murphy. Oddly engrossing. Is it? But here's the problem for me with that is I'm going to spend a bunch of time thinking about painting minis and pretending to paint minis, and I'm not going to have any painted minis at the end of it? Like, oh man, how torturous. All it's going to do is make me feel even worse about my backlog. My question about aliens was who were they at war with that they needed those bioweapons? Vandal Noir, as far as I understand it, is a series of human interests. Essentially, like, rebel colonists a lot of the time. There were also other political blocs on Earth. I'm not totally familiar with the expanded fiction for the various political factions of Earth in the Aliens universe, but I know that they did have some mapped out. There's essentially a version of the future Soviet Union that's like a bunch of vegan hippies. Like, read up sometime on wooden space stations in the Aliens universe. Wooden space stations. Again, I don't remember enough of the details to really tell you about it. I remember that it's a thing. There we go. United America, the Progressive People's Union. Yeah, there were other factions. Think of it being a skill builder. I mean, I'm curious about it, Voxel. It's a lot of what we talk about, Wolfen. I love me some movies, yo. I certainly watch enough of them. I consider myself a cinephile. I'll never pretend to be, like, super educated on film. Like, I don't think I've ever taken a film appreciation course in my life. I just watch a lot of movies, and I try to analyze what I like about them. I spent a lot of time just liking movies, but not being able to articulate specifically what I like about them. And I've put some effort into learning how to articulate those points, but it's still all very personal for me. So my opinion should be taken with a grain of salt, I feel. I settled on the red for my main house knights, so I'm doing different colors. So this one is the green and yellow. I think this one's going to be red and white. I'm going with simple two-tone combinations for each of them, so that they are both unified and look like they belong together, but also like kind of individual. You know, I also, here, for those of you who have been enjoying our RoboCop talk, I'm gonna give... Alright, for anyone who might be watching this stream who clicked past the 18 plus thing, but is made uncomfortable by squibs and practical gore, just turn your eyes away for a moment. I'm going to indulge the 80s kids for a second, okay? Here we go.
You now have 15 seconds to complete.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show them.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them. For the love of God. How would you do that?
I am now authorized to use physical force.
Oh, Ed. Oh, Ed. He ain't gonna be in RoboCop 2. I actually really like RoboCop 2. Like, RoboCop 2 is a lot of fun. RoboCop 3 is a regrettable, boring, idiotic piece of shit. But RoboCop 2 is actually quite a lot of fun. There's some wacky stories about the production on that movie, too. Wolfen knows the next line, and that's fantastic. I'll check it out, Voxel Forge. I'll have a look. What game are the minis from? Vandal Noir, these minis are from Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. I'm painting slower tonight than I was on Tuesday, but that's okay. If I need a second session for this night, I'll live. I'm gonna need a second session for this night, but, you know. Oh well. We've been having good conversations. And I don't stream my painting so I can paint faster. I just stream my painting so that I actually do sit down and paint. Yeah, it was a big nothing for me, Voxel Forge. That's the thing, like, I like Joel Kinnaman as an actor. I think Joel Kinnaman has a lot of really great screen presence and charisma, but that movie was just a joyless, pointless slog. Oh, those are my favorite, Rio. Those are my favorite. There's the one, RoboCop 2, where he comes walking out. I need to get this clip. There's my two favorites. There's one who RoboCop 2 comes out, and he reaches up and he pulls off his helmet and he's just like a screaming skull underneath and he just dies. And it's fucking great. And there's another one where he comes out and they're like, we present RoboCop 2. And he pulls out his gun and he shoots the two scientists that are with him and then he shoots himself. It's so fucking dark. He's just like, nope, fuck this. Bam, bam, bam. That man did not want to be RoboCop. I liked how they set that aside too, is like Alex Murphy was special. His will to live, his duty, his drive were unique. You couldn't just put anybody in a cyborg body and expect them to live. And as it turns out, the other person they could get to adapt to living in a cyborg body was a narcissistic, egomaniacal, drug-dealing psychopath. The robot that Kane was in, though, his robot body, is one of my favorites. It's so brutal. I like the one weapon it has on its gun arm. It's just a hammer. It's just a big, round piston hammer. It just goes punk, and he punches holes in walls with it. It's fucking badass. Oh, Kaylee, thank you for the reminder. To Square, also thank you for the reminder. You have a great night, Kaylee, and thank you for hanging out. RoboCop 2 also has two things that I love in movies, one of which is violent, cursing, murderous children. And this is gonna sound bad. Nobody clip this and take it out of context. And I really, like the words, I can't think of a good way to say it, but kids getting killed in movies. I don't mean like, murder the children, I love seeing it. I like a movie that has the balls to kill a child character when it makes sense and doesn't pull its punches because it's afraid people won't be able to take it. They have a kid get shot and die in RoboCop 2 because he was a little punk-ass drug-dealing motherfucker who hung out with dangerous people and killed a lot of people himself. So it's like, okay, that's fine. There's also that hilarious scene when they try to rewrite RoboCop's programming to be more family-friendly. And there's the little baseball team of criminal kids. And they're like beating the crap out of people with a baseball bat and everything, and he's being all family-friendly with them. Like, I can't remember what he says to them, but he's just breaking out all these stupid axioms and he won't act against them because they're children. And they're like, he's all fucked up! But then he pulls his gun on a guy that's smoking a cigarette and outlines him in bullets. Like, just wildly inappropriate responses to everything. Where do I stand on Coors getting kids drunk in E.T.? I honestly don't like E.T. Like, I think it's a really, really well-made movie, but I think I've seen it maybe twice. It just always fucking bored me. So I won't give any opinions on E.T. because I don't feel like my opinions are well-developed enough to matter. I never liked it enough to develop a meaningful opinion on it. Or basically anything in it. Yeah, I can see it on YouTube tomorrow. Thunderhead loves seeing children die. Thunderhead says, kill all the motherfuckers. E.T.'s the reason why I loved XCOM a lot. What? You wanted to shoot E.T.? Rio, you psychopath? Arcrave, how you doing, man? off this metal for a little bit. Let's work on another part of this mini in the time that we have left. About 45 minutes. That's okay, we can get some work done in that time. I'm pretty happy with the NMM work so far. It's gonna need touching up, but what doesn't? Let's take some of our cadmium scarlet. Let's see what this does to our alizarin crimson real quick. I'm loving the alizarin crimson as a red base. It is real nice. ET's the reason I'm addicted to Reese's Pieces. No, Vandal, you're addicted to Reese's Pieces because they're fucking delicious. Maybe the marketing campaign got you a little bit, but that can't be the whole reason. Picked up some mechs over the weekend, got to scale them up and reprint the... What was the problem with them, Ravencat? How you doing, Machine God? Thanks for capturing my shame for all to see. I really appreciate that, buddy. We're just gonna apply this real generally into our red to brighten it up and saturate the thin spots. God damn, look at that. Look at how vibrant that red becomes almost immediately with the alizarin shadow and then the cadmium scarlet highlight. And this is almost no work. This is alizarin crimson and cadmium scarlet. Instant rich red. What's funny is fabric a lot of the times will be what kind of slows people down, but this is the lowest effort part of this model for me. This is like, whatever. I love my oil paints, folks. I love them. I love every last one of the beautiful bastards. Look at him go. Anyone an airbrush master might be able to give me pointers on mine in Discord. Are going bad, either the brand or user error. I'll take a look at what problems you're having after the stream, Vandal. Make sure you post details so people can analyze. We definitely have a lot of people who use airbrushes in the Discord. But, you know, like what paint you're using, what brush, what pressure you're shooting at. Just got myself a flat brush for it. Yeah, I use flats almost more than rounds when I'm oil painting. They're really useful. Anime Bowl coming in with some good feels. Anime Bowl, thank you so much. New Lord of the Rings trailer, new Letterkenny spin-off. There's a spin-off of Letterkenny. Hang on, let's take a look at the red, by the way. This is just the base red alizarin crimson. This is alizarin crimson with just a touch of cadmium scarlet. See that? All it's doing is saturating it up. It works so damn well, though. Look at that red. Holy hell. It's lovely. Yes, Raven Cat, this is all pre-glazed. I pre-glazed before the stream. So what you're seeing, like, on the parts that are going to be gold, like, everything that isn't the steel here is just pre-glazed. How was the new Lord of the Rings trailer anyway? Does it show anything interesting? I'm so depressed about that show. Like, it's just the knowledge that I'm going to watch it, like, no matter what. It makes me hate myself a little bit. I can't take a stand on that show. I can't be like, I'm not gonna watch it. Obviously I'm gonna watch it. I don't have a choice. It's just revealing to me what a fucking robot I am. I like to imagine sometimes that I'm making choices relative to my entertainment, but I'm not really. Was the font in the new version of the video okay? I don't think I've seen the latest version, Sumitha. I'll take a look after the stream. It's pretty whatever. That kind of strikes me as everything to do with the Lord of the Rings show right now. It's like, yeah, it looks, you know, it looks okay. You know, whatever. It's hard to judge anything on previews and teasers, you know, like it could be totally different when it comes out, but I just have a hard time getting excited about it because I know that, like, so much of what made Lord of the Rings work was, you know, Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh and Philippa, what's her name? Like, it was the people working on it, not necessarily just the property. I don't know. I can't possibly judge it. Patrick Stewart and Doctor Strange 2 playing who? Loud music and action shots. Wow, that sounds like Lord of the Rings to me. I would have been more excited if it was just poetry. Journeyman Pain Hour. I promise you, I can be depressed about a show before it comes out. Is it fair? No. Can I do it? Abso-fucking-lutely. Don't forget Vigo and Carl. How could I? How could I? Gene Slicer, welcome in. I'm definitely painting a lot slower tonight. I hope you guys don't mind. Why would you mind? I'm the only one who suffers when I paint slow. What's wrong with me? God damn, I am loving this red. I'm just loving how easily this red fabric comes out, and it's still very, very rich. It better not suck. Yeah, I feel you on that one, Sheza. Not Philippa Eilhart Kursala, different Philippa. Get a shot of the oil palette for a moment? Certainly. Yeah, hang on a second.
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I panic a little bit every single time that plays. Why? I don't know. I just do. Just hit the red on these little flags here and the shield, and I'll show you what I'm working with here. And I might go for a deeper red on the shield. I'm not sure. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing like a palette camera. Now, this is me being very, very lazy. I should be doing all this that I'm doing on a paper towel instead of doing it on the palette, because I'm wasting space when I do this. It's a bad habit that I have. You can be much more efficient with your space on the palette than I am. But so far tonight, I've used 1, 2, 3, 4 colors. Just 4. It's just me wiping excess off my flat brush, but again, I should be doing that on a paper towel and not on my palette. Oh, you couldn't see the lance tip. That was technically off screen. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that seems legit. Sure, oh Coral, sure. God damn, it saturates so well. Look at that. I thought those were really fucking cool, Gene Slicer. Yeah. The like Judgment Day hexes. I'm impressed you got something that fine to print, for that matter. And they came out good, because I saw the prints before I saw the renders, and I was like, those look like Terminators, and then I saw the renders, I'm like, oh! There you go. God, I am loving this red. That is just... and it's so easy to do. Yeah, this is one of the nice things, Ravencat. You don't need as many paints when you're working with oils. You need far fewer actual paints, and you're going to go through them much, much slower. You need fewer paints and less actual paint. I'm wasteful, and it takes me forever to work my way through an actual tube of paint. There's no such thing as too much time spent watching Bob Ross, my friend. Grab myself a blendy brush here. Ravencat, how thin your oils are should depend on what you're trying to do with them. I use my oils right out of the tube, and I thin them sort of to taste based on what I'm doing. A good rule of thumb is if you're painting over thin oil, you want to use thick oil. If you're painting over thick oil, you want to use thin oil. Fat over lean and lean over fat. But a lot of what I'm doing, I'm using oil right out of the tube. Yeah, don't taste your oil paints. That is an important tip. Like my base pre-glaze is pretty thin, so you see what I'm doing here. See what I'm doing here is I'm just globbing red paint on real thick, and then I'm just gonna come in with a soft brush and just kind of feather it out where I want it to be. Blend it out into the surface. Real gentle. Real gentle. Don't have to be too aggressive. And a lot of this, you'll get a feel for it the more you do it, you know? Different people like doing it different ways. I know Steela Rebel likes to do all her painting when her oils are wet. I tend to like to let some of my oils cure before I come back in and do a lot more work on them. It's just gonna come down to your preference. I definitely like freehanding over cured oils. I can't imagine freehanding in wet oil. That would be crazy. I know people do it, but it ain't for me. Jacoby Ross. Sir Jacoby Ross. MCB TV. How you doing, man? How was your stream? I didn't get a chance to stop in before I started mine. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, folks. Fantastic, Ravencat. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Playing Fortnite, nothing too exciting. You damn kids in your Fortnite, I swear. Oh, God. What are we gonna do with you? What are we gonna do with you, Sir Jacoby Ross? Well, I'm glad you had fun, man. And thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your people in. Welcome, welcome, welcome in, folks. If you don't know me already, my name isn't Thunderhead, but you can call me Thunderhead. That's just fine, and we're painting little fantasy mans for tabletop war games today. In oil paint, which is a fun process. Is that a team, Riot Sister? I don't know Sporty Balls. I gotta be honest with you, this morning I forgot that Sporty Balls were going on. Somebody remarked, they were like, oh, Thunderhead's actually going to stream and other people aren't. And I'm like, oh yeah, there's a thing going on today. And thank you so much for that shout out. Not liking sports is not like a part of my identity. It's not like a thing where I need to tell you all about how dumb sports are and how I'm some kind of intellectual because I don't watch them. I just don't. I just don't. If you get something out of them, I'm glad. I don't understand it, but then a lot of people don't understand how I get things out of most of my entertainment, so to each his and or her own. I'm really happy with how this red has come out. It's really deep and vivid, and I might let it cure and then give it another round of kind of orange highlights, but it is really deep and vivid. And it kind of matches how the green is really, really saturated and vivid on this guy. I think that sticking to these primary colors and keeping them very, very saturated like this is going to pay off. These guys are going to look good in a block formation. Again, similar, but then also different enough. Alright. Let's do some work on our golds. We've got some time to dig into that. Right, Chez, I know that feeling when someone's like, oh, dude, you like Lord of the Rings, you know they're doing a new show? And I'm like, motherfucker, I've been aware of that since it was just a rumor. Like, yes. You don't understand how little of a life I have, clearly. How you doing, Fade Rat? It's good to see you, man. Alright. Let's get busy on some golds by starting in with some yellow ochre, one of my most used colors. I did the Ravencat, I did the Wapelius pre-thin thing that he suggests for a lot of people at first, but the more I've painted, the more I've started just pulling it right out of the tube. Again, your mileage may vary. I would say just try a little bit of everything, you know? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. This work is going to be a little finer, so we're going to go to a small brush for it. No problem, Ravencat. Making a new D&D movie, and I have a suggestion. Every supporting character is just Matt Mercer in a funny hat or elaborate wig. We gotta find a place for Jeremy Irons, though. Why don't I have that clip on call? Let their blood rain from the sky. At least Jeremy Irons was having fun making that movie, because I don't think anybody else was. I don't even think Marlon Wayans was. God damn, why was Marlon Wayans in that movie? It was so bad. Richard O'Brien was having fun. Oh, that's right, Richard O'Brien was in that movie. Oh my god. He was like the Thieves Guild guy or something. Holy shit, I haven't even thought about that in years. Richard O'Brien always loves getting paid, though. Fucking riffraff. Wasn't Thora Birch in that movie? That was like before she did American Beauty. God, that must have been humiliating. I don't think it was humiliating for Jeremy Irons. That wasn't even the worst thing he did, like, that year. Ever see the Dragonlance movie cartoon? I don't think I did. Jeremy Irons would be first choice Red Skull. I could see that. He actually has the chops to deliver a damn good performance. Paint Battletech minis while drinking PPCs. What's a PPC in the context of drinks? I don't know what that would be. I don't really drink that much. Like, honestly, you guys are present for most of the drinking that I do in my life. I don't go off stream and get hammered or anything like that. I have a beer when I'm streaming. That describes most of my drinking. I'm not even having one tonight. I'm a lightweight. I'm 6'2", and I'm like 2 beers, and I'm done. It's kind of sad. Basically grain alcohol with one shot of some additive. Oh my god. Is an in-universe drink? Oh, I missed this entirely. Oh, wine makes me a little goofy. We've gotten wine drunk on stream before, and it's a bad look. It's a bad look. It was mostly when I was playing games. Two shots of Everclear plus a shot of sake is a Karita PPC. Oh, so it's racist too. Fun. I'm joking. I'm joking with you, Roland. Oh, I have seen that, What No Graphics. Yes, yes, yes. With Venger, the one-horned douchebag villain, and Dungeon Master, the douchebag hero. I guess Dungeon Master isn't a hero, he's a... There's a word for his role in the story. He's not quite a narrator. He's not a protagonist. He's not really an antagonist. Instigator. There's a better word for it. There's a fancy sounding theater word for it, and I can't think of what it is now. I like fancy sounding words. They make me seem like I'm more educated than I really am. Impact Minis make a chibi Venger? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Dragon Printer, thank you so much for saying so. I'm making slower progress on this one than I did on the last one, but I still think it's good progress. I'm not going to get as close to finished with this tonight as I did on Tuesday, but that's okay. I think one more session and he'll be done. 2 sessions for a mini ain't half bad. Not when I'm using NMM techniques, at least. Not the best NMM you're ever going to see, but pretty passable, I think. Need me a fresh blendy brush here. God, Grim Nation, you, sir, are a consummate paint troll. It's an eternity on that mini. Look at this Prince Adam that I painted in 20 minutes without looking at it. Overdid this. I'm gonna ease it out on the other side. I'm glad to hear that, Ren. I'm gonna put a little Naples yellow down on my palette. Start working this in a bit. If there were any remakes, movie or action figure-wise, I wish those would be done. Too many rights issues, I guess. Wait, what are we talking about? What, no graphics? Gonna get some food! Jacoby Ross, thank you so much for that lurk, my man. Get yourself something special. Treat yourself. And bring me some tacos while you're at it, bro. Just remember to treat yourself. Oh, D&D, the 80s cartoon? That would be something. I don't know, that's one of those that lives so deep in nostalgia that it might be better off left alone. Aren't they doing like a remake of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on some network now, and it's just terrible? Like a reboot of all things The Fresh Prince? Like, whoa, why? Huh? What? It's insane. Low and Row Games, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How are you doing today? Oh, Ren. You know what I'd like? A unique new IP in the form of a show. I mean, on that note, Ren, are you by any chance watching Raised by Wolves on HBO? Because it's unique, and it's new, it's fresh. I'm really liking Raised by Wolves myself. I know some people don't so much. It is a really, really far-out, heady science fiction show by Ridley Scott that explores the role of... if I had to really boil a show down to one concept, it is a dramatic science fiction show that is trying to reconcile the development of science and religion within the same species. That's what I get out of it. In March, I should be able to. Cerberus. That should be a yes. I'd like to so that I can deliver my extra terrain that I intend to donate. It's called Raised by Wolves. Hated Season 6 of The Expanse, sadly. Vandal, you're not alone. Season 6 of The Expanse was, for the most part. I know some people liked it, and it's fine. You don't have to agree with me, but I didn't get much out of it, personally. Station 11? Am I familiar with that? Anyone watching Reacher on Amazon? I'm not Dragon Printer. Those are based on like a series of books, I think, that I haven't read. I think I saw one of the movies that Tom Cruise did, and I wasn't particularly sold on the character, but people seem to like it. Oh, much better than the last couple of Alien films. If anything, like, Ridley really got it in his head that he wanted to explore the nature of artificial life and life itself in reference to its creator and the concept of a god, and he dumped all that into Prometheus and Alien Covenant, and it didn't belong there. Raised by Wolves is like him exploring those concepts, but in a unique IP that isn't connected to the Alien franchise, and it works much better in that context. Much better. When it's not besmirching the good name of the Alien franchise. What I take away from Raised by Wolves is that when Ridley Scott was making Alien, he was infinitely more fascinated with Ash than he was with the Alien. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm glad that he has ideas he wants to get across, but the fact that he then sabotaged the Alien franchise to explore that idea was not cool. Oh my god, I would totally watch Gaunt's Ghosts made live action. I'm sure they'll get around to doing it. They're doing Eisenhorn in live action, aren't they? Like, Games Workshop, much like Disney, is very predictable. If something looks like it's gonna make money, they're gonna do it. That is their primary goal, and there's nothing strictly wrong with that. They're, you know, publicly traded, it makes sense, but, you know, nothing to do with integrity, everything to do with profit. Still, I'll enjoy the fruits of their profit seeking. What's a Gaunt and why are they ghosty? So that's one of the best book series in the Black Library from 40k Kursala, is a series called Gaunt's Ghosts by Dan Abnett. Gaunt is an Imperial Commissar who takes over... He's supposed to temporarily take over command. Actually, he's not even supposed to take over command. He's just the regimental commissar of a newly minted Imperial Guard unit on the planet Tanith. And on the same night that their Guard regiment is being formed and sworn in, the planet is attacked by a chaos invasion, and he makes the call to abandon the planet rather than stay and fight for it. So he takes these men off of their world, and then their world is burned to a goddamn cinder. And it is their adventures through space from that point onward as he takes over command of the regiment. I agree, Amateur Paint Hour. They're, like, the only reason that I'm not a big fan of the latest Gaunt's Ghost books is because they necessarily must be compared to the first Gaunt's Ghost books, and the first ones are amazing, and the new ones are just less so. That's the trouble with being successful in such a spectacular way as Dan Abnett, is if the rest of your work doesn't live up to that insanely high standard, even if it's good, it's not going to be regarded as well. Was it before then? It's been a long time since I read, like, Ghostmaker or anything like that. Well, Caiaphas Cain is a very, well, superficially similar. The narrative style is, in my opinion, fairly different. I really like Caiaphas Cain. I like them both. They're both a lot of fun for different reasons. They missed their opportunity to cast, like, to cast Bruce Campbell 10 years ago as Caiaphas Cain. He would have been perfect. He's a bit old now. Kind of like they missed their opportunity to cast Michael Ironside as Eisenhorn. I think Kane is the most entertaining GW series, by far. I think Gaunt's Ghosts is technically better in some ways, but Kane is more amusing more consistently. Yeah, a breath of fresh air. Oh damn, I'm almost out of time for tonight. Which, you know, it's a self-imposed time limit, but we've been sticking to it so far. Still, we've got some good progress on this night tonight. We got through, I think, the bulk of the NMM work on the steel, even though it definitely still needs a few passes. We got a lot of the red blocked in there, though. We've started in on our gold. I would say this is at about 75% of the actual work, because most of the work, like on the horse, the wrappings, the leather, stuff like this cleanup work really doesn't take very long. It is the NMM that takes the lion's share of the work, and I need to come in here and do some, like, you know. Speaking of the lion's share, he's got a little lion head right here that needs golding up, and I wanted to do the same here. Doing more brass on the armor of the knight himself this time. Bigger brush, slap faster. I did slow down a lot tonight, Kursala, but that's okay. That's okay. It just means next time we'll speed it back up a little bit. We're learning. We're learning as we go. I was going to make this whole thing brass on this guy, just to keep the colors interesting. Slap it! Slap it faster! God damn you people. You're all out of your minds. Alright, folks. I'm gonna clean my brush here. Give me just a second. I'm gonna take a quick bio break, stretch my legs, grab something fresh to drink. I'll be right back. And as soon as I get back, we'll go ahead and launch into the Storm Report and see what you find folks have been sharing with us tonight. So don't touch that dial. I'll see you in just a second. Okie dokie. Alright. Let me clean up my desk a wee little bit here, and we'll go ahead and get rolling. Make sure I give my brushes a rinse, or I'm going to regret it later. My waterworks and airfield in from Steel Warrior. Great job. Oh, I'm glad you like them, Vandal Noir. I'm really proud of both of those sets. They've been a lot of fun. They were a lot of fun to make. I still haven't painted my own printed versions of them, because I've just got so many things to paint. So many things to paint, but I'm glad you like them. Oh, let's have a quick look at our progress for tonight. This is pretty good for one paint session for me. The non-metallic metal needs, I think, one final... I think the helmet needs some work. Its highlights are kind of all over the place. I'm going to come in and clean that up. And go over and do a final round of highlights on everything and clean up. That shouldn't take too terribly long, but most of it's looking pretty good. I kind of this whole area is pretty dark. And then just detailing for the most part. That should be one quick paint session. Oh, well, thank you for saying so, Aaron Heath. Welcome in, man. And actually, I need to do one thing before I set these brushes down, I just realized. And that's do a quick little round of blending on the gold that I was just putting down, because I was just chunking it in. And I did not come back in with a blending brush, and it does need that. It does very much need that. It'll just take a second. Oh, it's good to see you, Aaron Heath. Always appreciate folks stopping in when they get the chance. All depends on what your goal is, Cerberus. These nights, I've managed to get it to a point where I spend maybe 4 or 5 hours per mini. And they're at a point where I'm happy with them. And I think this one's going to come in right about in that same pocket. Because, like, this guy, I think I clocked him at, he was 4.5 hours total by the time I finished him. And I should be able to get this other one in a similar period. This guy's NMM is actually a bit brighter. I'm not sure. They're similar. I need to do the rest of the detailing to really compare well, but I might go a little bit... Well, actually, what am I saying? I am going to go brighter on this guy because he's waiting for a whole extra pass of white, and his helmet needs to be redone entirely. So that's not a good comparison. Still, though, I think these guys are going to look good on stands together. They're similar enough and still distinct enough. Alright, let me make sure that I did the last of my blends here. At 12 to 18 hours, even I start to get real fucking bored with a mini, Cerberus. If I'm spending 12 hours on a mini, by the time I get to hour 10, I'm so sick of it that I'm like, I don't care if it's done, I'm done painting it. And I move the fuck on. We haven't even spent 12 hours on some of these. Like, I think this guy, this Vader is still only like 6, 7 hours. I don't even think it's that much. He hasn't been that complex. He needs another session to finish him off, but... Yeah, 12 hours? Like, that's the joy of using oils. If I was doing this in acrylics and I was trying to do these methods, yeah, I could see spending 12 hours on it, but... Oils make it much, much easier on me. Alright, let me do my last little brush rinse here. It's been several days in my first Battletech Mini. I would... encourage people not to worry, really. Like, unless you have a goal. Unless you have a good chart on how long it takes you to paint a mini, and you want to know how long you're going to spend on another one, if you're trying to limit yourself, you're trying to speed paint, or like, you know, you've got to get to an event tomorrow, so you're painting it today, I wouldn't worry about the amount of time you spend painting minis. I think that there's a tendency to kind of compare those numbers and feel good and or bad about it, but there's nothing really to that. Takes as long as it takes to get the result that you want, and the more you do it, the faster you'll get. So if you want to improve your time, just keep going. Just keep going. You'll paint faster as a matter of course. Ever do any dry brushing with oil? Oh, all the time, Dark Traveler. Yeah, absolutely. That's most of what I've been doing with these really incredibly fucking rough militia. Like these guys, obviously spending much less time on these on an individual basis, and I would say all I'm doing with these guys is waiting for layers to cure and then dry brushing them with oils. They're dead ass simple. These are brainless paint jobs, which I think comes through because their faces look like shit. Yeah, don't ask Grim Nation Hobbies. He's like a time traveler. He's totally full of shit. You only say that because you're slow. Oh, Grim Nation. Grim Nation, one day, my friend, there will be a reckoning. You won't know when, and you won't know how, but there will be a reckoning. Just making sure I didn't miss any blends I wanted to do before I set this guy down. All in all, happy with the progress for tonight. I think this guy's going to look good when he's done. Leaning more into the golds and yellows, and I think that these flags are going to be white. I'm going to do some more little splashes of white in here, and these flags are going to be white, so I'll have alternating red and white. And then I'm thinking about like a white, I don't know what's going to go on his shield exactly. I could do a stripe, I could do quartered with white. I want to do something with red and white, though. And then eventually, I'm really looking forward to painting the Mounted Noble Lord. We're going to take some extra time on this guy when we get to him. Better do that fleur-de-lis. No, he's not French. We're not doing any, like, historical Earth symbols, including fleur-de-lis. But this guy is going to have a lot more fabric. We'll have a lot more chances to do different colors on him. He's also wearing some down here. His armor is real ornate. I got some more fabric up here on his helm. And his horse, obviously, is going to have crazy gold trim on it. Which is better to use for painting miniatures? Acrylic paint or oil paint from a beginner, as I'm not sure what is best to use. There's no best. Aaron Heath. For beginners, I would almost universally recommend acrylic. And I like oil painting, and I think you could start with oil painting as a beginner for minis, but there are so many resources out there. There are so many experienced painters. There are so many quick, fast, easy, simple learning methods, and I think that it's probably easier to go from acrylic to oil than from oil to acrylic. I would say paint primarily with acrylic and get yourself some oil paint, but pick yourself up like a couple of tubes, and I'm talking like ivory black or maybe Mars black and like burnt umber, a couple of real basics, and use them as oil washes. Just do oil washes, because oil washes are really, really easy, but they can also kind of teach you some of the basics you need to then start doing more advanced oil paint jobs if you want to. And they massively, I'm just gonna woof, and there he goes. I really think that starting with acrylics, though, particularly if you're new to mini painting, is gonna be better. Again, there are just more resources for it. Oil painting minis it's not like new. People have technically been doing it for a long time, but it hasn't come into fashion until recently. So there aren't many resources to dig into. outside of people like Punexpected Painting, Wapelius. There's a couple of Patreons, but it's not super popular yet. We're working on it. We're working on it. Got my Dweghom and 100 Kingdoms in yesterday. Looking forward to painting the Dweghom. Just need to figure out a color scheme for them and strip the paint where needed. Dino Man, did you pick them up secondhand? White would be popping. A white diagonal stripe would go over well with the night look. Yeah, something simple like that, Journeyman Paint Hour. And then the other one I'm really excited to paint is this fucking... Look at this banner. This banner is so over the top. It's... This thing is nonsense. It's... I mean... It's so much worse in person, too. Like, once you have this piece of... Like, this thing, when you get the sprue for the Household Knights, like, this thing is most of the weight in the box. It's crazy. There's a reason that I pin all these guys all the way through their bases, as you can see here. It's nonsense. But I'm looking forward to putting some paint on it either way. Bruce banner. Oh, God. Oh, God, pun expected. Alright, let me actually finish what I'm doing. Yeah, I think that the intense nature of it really works, particularly since you want to see the banner for my peasant militia. It's this little thing. It's a very reasonable little banner with nothing on it that I haven't decided how I'm going to paint yet. And then there's the knight banner that's larger than this entire piece, including the base. Alright, cleany brush, cleany brush, cleany brush. So I don't have a mess later. So I gotta finish up some sculpting tonight and get some files sent out. God, why am I doing all these things? Why do I do this? There are people out there, you know, who just live their life and do their thing and then they paint on stream and that's it. I'm painting on stream and I'm 3D sculpting and I'm 3D printing and I'm just dorking my way into an early grave. Yikes. Got them secondhand, but a fair amount are unpainted. 2 boxes of Warriors / Ballistae that I need to decide how I'm gonna build them. Ooh, I'm excited to see what you come up with, Dino Man. I really am. Conquest is a great, great game. It has some truly awesome minis, a really inventive and interesting universe that it's set in. Like, I like everything about Conquest. Mostly since I don't get to play Rune Wars anymore. Just paint a crudely stitched together facsimile of the other banner and make it look all shitty. Like some peasant was looking at the other banner while he was like, oh, let's put a lion on it. Oh, so Snuffy really seems to like that lion. How much drag would that thing create on a horse? Let's not ask these questions, Journeyman Paint Hour. I mean, they're gonna be going up against these fucking, like, mutant elf gorillas, so realism is not too much of a concern. I really do like the spires. Models, and I want to get through my 100 Kingdoms so I can actually do some work on this here abomination, because this model is so damn cool. This model is very, very difficult to build and pose. I think that yeah, no, it absolutely would. You'd have to mount that shit to the horse. Like, that's nonsense. This model is very, very difficult to pose without it coming out really kind of stiff and static, and I'm actually really happy with the kind of active combat pose that I managed to get this guy in. I think posing the legs is the trickiest part, because it's really tempting to just put all 4 legs in the same position, but I managed to try to make him like he's kind of rearing up. Looks like he's doing a dance. The dance of death, Cerberus Cull. It's the only dance he need concern himself with. That's awesome, Dino Man. So that Matt Yee might be a dwarf enjoyer? Yeah, I saw that he might be going Dweghom if he doesn't wait for another faction. The safety dance. Men without hats, or as they're known today, men without jobs. Alright, we're mostly cleaned up here. Get this put up here so I don't jam my elbow into it. Aaron Heath, not at all, not at all. And please, if you have any more questions, please feel free to ask on the Discord. We have a really very large and active painting community over there, and it's much easier to answer questions on the Discord. Oh. Okay. Let's get going.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Ooh, we got a full one tonight. Let's get busy. Shall we? Up first, we have from Shock21. Wasn't sure what to do with the cockpit until my Rainy River Fire Opal arrived. It passes the 3-foot test, but it's a little hard to tell the difference between the dirty gray and the gunmetal. I think I need to dirty up the PPC barrel just a bit to match the rest of the gold bits. And I'm wondering if the gray panels need a little bit of lightning. It is difficult to differentiate between the metallic gunmetal and the light gray. So what I'm gonna suggest the easiest way to differentiate between things like this is by using temperature. So what I'm gonna suggest is taking a black wash and a drop of blue wash and mixing them together and using that over your light gray. And I'm talking very, very, very thin. Maybe put a drop of Flow Aid in there to break the surface tension. And then take something like a sepia wash and put that over your gunmetal. And what that'll do is it'll bring your gray into the cool register, and then it will warm up your gunmetal and make it look a little bit more oily. Make it much, much easier to differentiate between the two. Thank you for cutting to the heart of the issue like that, Kursala. Yeah, if there's a Rainy River overlay that you think would be ideally suited to this, Kursala, please do recommend it. Because, yeah, I think that would be... If you just handed me this mini, I think I could do that very quickly, and you would see the difference between the gray and the gunmetal very fast. It's a damned interesting paint scheme, though, Shock. Yeah, I would say try that. Try just moving their temperature before you go and do anything particularly crazy. I tend to agree with Nash with Gimishkar here, though. This does look like a Nerf gun with the yellow tip. That might be a bit much. It's as soon as he said that, I'm like, oh my god, that is what that looks like. It looks like a Nerf dart launcher. This looks like a big Nerf dart that's about to shoot. I might tone that down just a little bit. Warm up the gray and cool down the gunmetal. Yeah, you can go either way. It really doesn't matter which one you do on which, as long as you do one and then the other. As long as you've got warm next to cool, you're gonna be able to see it better. Giant robots can have fun too. Damn right they can. I already put more wash over the okay, yeah. Good. Good then, Shock21. Try those temperature changes and see if that doesn't liven things up a bit. Here we have from Machine God, pardon the not-so-great photo, but just did an experiment to get a modeled desert camo scheme, and I think it turned out amazing. Base-coated in Army Painter mummy robes, then sponged on GW Xandri dust, followed by sponging of GW Rakharth flesh, washed in GW Seraphim sepia, then dry brushed with Vallejo dark sand. Base is just some painted and washed texture paste, but the cacti from Epic Basing Bits. Epic Basing Bits does some really nice work. This is actually a really very pleasant color scheme. It's got a richness and a saturation to it that you don't often get out of kind of desert yellow. Desert yellow tends to wind up desaturated very quickly by dry brushing whites into it. But the overall process, I think, has paid off here, Machine God, because you've got a lot of really good oranges and yellows in there, and your highest highlight doesn't go anywhere near white. It gets as high as like tan at most, and not much of it. This is really, really nice looking. The training gun for new pilots. The giant Nerf cannon. From a distance, it just looks like sandstone. I'll bet he blends in real nice then, Machine God. And yeah, I love the cactus basing bit is a nice touch. That's a big fucking cactus, by the way. Like, this cactus would be like 15 to 20 feet tall. Like this, oh my god. The spines would be like 6 inches thick. Holy Christ. Megaflora cacti. Really nice work on that. Very desert color. Here we have from Mafik. No art for the report, so here's random stuff I made since my package was supposed to be delivered today, but it got delayed for tomorrow. Oh, the ways that we nerds spend our time. Showdown in the foyer. My. There's some neat posing. I like miniature photography, and this is good. You have a very cinematic look to this, Mafik, with the depth of field focused on our homeboy right here in the front, and everything back here kind of fading into a little bit of a blur. Also helps to throw off the scaling elements in the background. If you don't focus on them too much, you could almost call this forced perspective. Very nice. Very nicely done, Mafik, and sorry to hear your package got delayed. That's a standard height saguaro. It'd have to be Arizona, because there ain't no saguaro in Texas. Here we have from Wolverine DH. Wolverine, it's good to see stuff from you. New mat, terrain test build. Let's have a look. Ooh. These are the mats from what's his nuts? What's his name? I can't remember his name. There's a guy, though, who's been making these mats for a while. These mats have been, they've been popping up on the Battletech Reddit for a good long time, but have never been available. And I'm not sure what changed, but he's finally able to print these in vinyl and send them out, and I'm glad, because he's had them for years at this point. They're good maps. Damn good mats. See some Hextech terrain in there. I see some Raining Fire stuff. I see some other stuff off Thingiverse. This is a good spread. This is a real nice spread. There are cactus in Texas, but there ain't no saguaro. I guess maybe there is some saguaro out towards El Paso, but that's only because West Texas is a goddamn nightmare. Put a really neat stop-motion Lego bit concerning Halo and movies earlier. I'll have a look, Riot Sister. Lovely. This is a lovely terrain build on a really, really good-looking mat. The only drawback from vinyl mats, they're very affordable. The only drawback is you'll get some of this glare off of it. If you want to improve that in photography, Wolverine, I would say that the answer is softening your light source. I'm not sure what light source you're using for this. They appear to be well lit. But yeah, softening your light source with some diffusers and angling them a bit further away so the glare isn't coming back up. But I mean, that's a minor consideration. That's only if you want to do it. It's a major benefit to using neoprene mats that they don't have that glare. Gorgeous prints though. I'd love to see some more pictures of those terrain builds, Wolverine. That looks like a great play space. Who does the mats again? I can't remember his name. I think he's in Spain? I'm not sure. You could ask Wolverine where he got his. I'm sure he'd know. Here we have from Cybernite, painted up some new arms for the Reckoning. The original set, while in a great pose, were still kind of one-dimensional. Thank good for magnets, right? Thank good indeed. On the left, you have the X1X original prototype, and you might expect the feedback was summed up as not punchy enough. Oh, hang on. Oh, I had to pop my back a couple of times, excuse me. On the right is the D2 twin rack 5s, quad SRM4s, and a pair of medium lasers for good measure. Ooh yeah, the racks look nice. Get a real heavy arms vibe off of the racks on the arm. It's a nice touch. I still love how the SRMs on his shoulders make him look so stompy. So stompy. This is such a cool, beastly fucking mech. And folks, remember, you can always hit !Metalcore in chat to get a link over to Metalcore Collectibles, where you can find all kinds of modular mechs that are magnetizable that he has made. Some really, really fantastic stuff. And yeah, it does seem wrong with no fists. I was just thinking I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong with this one, and then I realized that it's because he has no fingers. He's not the punch bot, and he needs to be the punch bot. I like him fisty, you know what I mean? Yeah. You know. You want a punchy, you should mount more torso weapons, or just a lot of jump jets. Lovely. Lovely work, Cyber Knight. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies, who's just going to be doing a victory lap. Started my painting journey 16 months ago. Prior to this, I'd never painted anything in my life, not even a wall. I say this not to gloat. Yeah, okay, sure. Since that's not in my character. Yeah, right, yeah, sure. But to hopefully inspire those who are new to the hobby. I have absolutely zero natural artistic talent. Okay. I'll accept that you believe that. Grim Nation Hobbies. And if you ever saw my wardrobe, you'd know that I have no firm grasp on colors or style for that matter. I started this hobby to challenge myself, and I put in time each day to do something that is hobby related. I am proof that as long as you work at it, you can overcome your shortcomings. And I very much agree with you, Grim Nation. There are people in this world who are prodigies. They exist. People who pick up a paintbrush and they just go. They just have a natural, inherent understanding of color and light, and it's amazing. It's amazing to behold. They are, I think, saying they're 1 in a million is being it's like vastly overestimating it. They're 1 in like 500 million or something to that effect. They're very, very rare. They're rare enough that you can, count. The total numbers of those people, the prodigies, the virtuosos, over the course of the existence of humanity is a minuscule percentage. And with that in mind, you cannot count on being one of those people. The vast majority of us, almost all of us, just have to work at it. And if you're willing to put in the work, you will improve. I love the skin tones we have on Popeye here, though admittedly realistic Popeye makes me a little uncomfortable. Really like the work you've done on the ropes and then on his little sailor's bandana here. I particularly like the shading that we have on the white little sailor's cap. That's lovely. That's just lovely, lovely work. Fantastic, Grim Nation. And yeah, it's you just gotta keep going. You just gotta keep going, and thank you for sharing that with us, Grim Nation. Here we have from Squared. We played Wheel of Enormous Proportions on Thursday night. You ask the wheel a question at the start of the round, and if you win, you get an answer. No. And don't bother asking any of the giant wheels because we talk. No. No 2 pictures on the storm report, except, you do. I'd love to see your work, Desert Owl. I'd love to see it. Here we have from Mafik. It has arrived today, the Zaku 3 Custom. This is the successor of the One-Year War mobile suit. The MS-06 Zaku 2 has limited production throughout the Neo-Zeon Civil War because of the 2 Splinter Cell factions. It's comparable with beam weapons such as the head beam cannon, or as I call laser spit, skirt beam gun, or I'm gonna assume laser dick. Double beam dick. Okay, I was close. Beam saber and a beam rifle. The custom variant just has improved thrusters. Power output of 2160 kilowatts. An armor material made from Gundanium is the same material from the Gundam's armor. Only one special feature, it has the hidden bomb dispenser stored on the Zaku's right flat armored shoulder. Last seen during the Loplace Box conflict, where it was destroyed by Earth Federation Special Forces Hyper Beam Cannon. The skirt beam gun pick is in this thread. Hang on, I want to see it. I want to see our laser dick. Where is it? It just shoots a laser out of his wang. Oh wait, no, there it is. That's fucking silly. Okay. All right, I'm satisfied. It's a cool looking suit. It has that classic Zaku look, which just it has those curves that are just so damn pleasing. Very, very cool build, Mafik. And you get more building done than I do by a damn long shot. That's the laser dick, all right. Mafik, thank you for knowing that that's what we would ultimately want to see. And making sure that you share it with us. Oh my god. I didn't even push my chainsaw dick button today. I didn't even do it once. I'm kind of disappointed with myself. Here we have from Larabic. This was a ton of fun to paint. Got one more to do, but think I'll save it for when I get the smaller squigs done. Ooh, I bet. Look at this big nasty sumbitch. I love how you've done the mushrooms on them, and I really love the heavy contrast between the deep blue of the skin and then the sort of rocky skin texture on top. This is lovely. The blue and yellow contrast well. I like all the work you did on the gums and the big, nasty purple tongue. Ugh, it's a remarkable blue. It's incredibly vivid. Run out of energy for your gun? Use your double laser dick. Just hump him into submission. He's a cute little fella, pun expected. The mushrooms are a lovely touch. Good old squigs. Good old squigs. Lovely work, Larabic, and I always love seeing you getting some stuff done, man. And yeah, save it for when you get the smaller squigs done. Get the whole family together. Here we have from Raven Cat. Now, Raven, did you say you're using oils? Or is that one going to be... Because this was posted yesterday. You might have posted another one. I really like what we're doing with this Raven here. I like how we've got some OSL from this lava river down on the foot. I like that your orange contrasts really well with the green that we have up top. I like what you've done here with the cockpit. It's subtle and chunky but effective. I think it probably reads well at a distance. And then this little bit of OSL from the laser reflecting not just on the side of the torso here, but on the side of or I guess the side of the right torso, but the side of the center torso here. The floor is indeed now lava. Haven't painted anything due to cleaning up the painting area and everything around it. Ren, that needs to be done from time to time. The basic paint scheme here is really, really cool. It's orange panels and then this kind of deep turquoise blue. It's almost a phthalo blue to phthalo green that I'm seeing here. A little bit of OSL from the lasers, a little bit of OSL from the lava. Well chosen colors since you have orange and green and then blue. They all play off each other very, very well. Really like the cockpit, particularly how tiny it is on this Raven and the fact you managed to get it to pop like that. That's beautiful work. That's beautiful work, Raven Cat. Here we have from Clover, looking for some feedback since I have to do a bunch more of these guys, and I probably need to push the gold contrast a bit more. Let's have a look. So you're spot on. You're spot on that you need to push the contrast on the gold if you want it to read as gold instead of just yellow. I think that the choices for your volumetric highlights are spot on. I think that where you've decided to highlight the gold, where you've centered your highlights, are all good choices. You just need to do a more dramatic version of what you've already done. I think that the red actually looks pretty good. I don't know that I would mess with that. The hair came out good. I love the little bows in the hair. I think the feathers look nice. I like the two-tone work you have on them. The mini's very warm overall. The white is a nice break, but lots and lots of warm colors. There's a little break in the sort of metal knuckles and the belt buckle where you insert some cool colors in there. I like the feathers. Consider doing them in a blue. Yeah, something cool, because it's such a focal point. And I think capping it off with a cool color would do a lot to counterbalance the warmth of the hair, the skin, the armor, and the red. So I'm going to say that my two suggestions on this mini, first of all, like really very nicely painted, by the way. The face looks good in particular. Yeah, the braid bows. That's a good point, Vergataron. I'm going to say my two suggestions on this are, number one, what you've already said, deepen your contrast on the gold, push the non-metallic metal further than you have. I think your instincts for where the highlights are excellent across, because this is two different, no, this is the same model, okay. I thought this pose was a little bit different. I realized that the lighting's just slightly different. So yeah, push your highlights on the metal further than you already have. The locations are good, you just need the contrast. And then I would change the braid bows and the feathers to cool colors. I think if you do those things, this mini is really gonna pop. Is really gonna pop. And thank you for sharing. I hope that that's helpful. I always hope that my advice is helpful. I can't always promise that it's going to be, but I do try. Here we have from Cerberus called Work in Progress of my crashed Union dropship. Learning a ton with these projects. Yeah, these are good projects. These are good learning projects, Cerberus. Taking things that already exist and just kind of learning how to manipulate them, how to make natural features like the rocks that are all gathered around here. The more you do, the easier it'll get. And this is a cool idea. I like the look of this. I think that this one, I like the crashed Aerodyne dropship that you did, the crashed Leopard. I think that it suffers one weakness, Cerberus, and that is that the Leopard has a flat top. And you took the Leopard and you tilted it ever so slightly, and not much, like just a couple of degrees. I think maybe between 1 and 5 degrees was the tilt, and you get that stair-stepping. You get that stair-stepping, because FDM printing does not love shallow angles like that at all. And leaving it flat is awkward too if it's crashed. But if you just tilt it more, just increase that angle to past 30 degrees, you're going to have less of a problem with that. But the overall work is pretty good on that one. I just saw that and I was like, ooh, it's just that one mistake. And you know, you don't think about it until you've done it a few times, and then you realize, like, oh, printers just, they really don't love. You should have seen the first Star Wars terrain I did. I had a bunch of shallow angles when I printed it, and I was like, oh my god, what have I done? Like, ugh. Filler primer, baby. That's a lot of filler primer. That's a lot of filler primer for Gatorung. Not that you should be afraid of using it. I'm just saying that's a lot of it. I mean, that's what I did on mine. If you look at my, I did Murad Sumar's farm from Star Wars Rebels, and one of those buildings had a real bad stair-stepping problem on it. Real bad. All in all, fantastic work, though, Cerberus. I love the rocks. I love the rocks you've done around it. Those look great. Here we have from Punexpected. This is where I ended up after my 12-hour stream marathon anniversary. Who spends 12 hours on a mini, right? What a weirdo. Going for some dynamic lighting from the left and at the back from below. Don't think it's coming across yet. Use some more metallic pigments with linseed for the metals. I need some glazing and higher highlight. Skin is close to where I wanted apart from lighting changes. Part of my hand is bruised from holding this thing for so long. That's what she said. Finally, thanks to everyone who stopped by the stream. This was an encouraging exercise. See thread for back pick redeemed with this. Just in. Yeah, the skin tones are really coming in now. I didn't manage to stick around for the whole stream, obviously, but ooh, the deep tones in that gold. The deep, deep tones in that. I gotta do larger stuff. I'm over here trying to do non-metallic metal on these tiny little fucking things. And like these details are nice and big and chunky. I gotta do something large just to stop torturing myself. It's gorgeous work. I told him this. Who here has seen Laser Blast? Does this weird pendant not remind you of Laser Blast? Every time I see it. Every time I see it. Gorgeous work, though, Punexpected. Really, really rich golds. Absolutely loving that. Is your back always like this, or is it modified? So, there's supposed to be a thing. It always looks like this, but there's a big spar of metal that goes in here. Like, these aren't just holes in her back, these are mounting points for other printed pieces. Of course, WJ would have seen Laser Blast. Of course. But yeah, when he's done, there are going to be two big metallic parts that stick out of her back like weird broken wings. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a cog. I always think of it as a spar. It was the first time I had cold pizza. Well, you had a good memory, WJ. Damn. Really. Lovely. I keep having to look around my camera when I go into those threads. Sorry about that. Beautiful work, Punexpected, and congratulations on the streamiversary, man. I'm glad that you're having fun. I'm glad you're sticking with it, folks. If you're not following Punexpected and you're interested in oil painting, that's a stream you need to be. And here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour, Word of Blake militia are done, added the decals, varnished correctly this time, and did some war zone basing. Really wanted to show the scale of how huge mechs are, and 6mm infantry running around the bases do that nicely. Comments and critiques welcome as always. How can I do these better? I'm going to say the same thing I say almost all the time. First of all, these are gorgeous mechs. They're very, very clean. I love the contrast you have with the yellows and the oranges. All the lensing effects are really well done. I know I've said all of this before. I do like how you've done the basing. I agree, mixing in things like vehicles, tree trunks, infantry, it really helps to sell the scale. And selling scale, that forced perspective, is tricky. Contrast. Honestly, I want you to try something. I want you to try painting a white mech. And you know, obviously all these details, the yellows, the oranges, come in later, but I want you to start with a dark blue gray. And I want you to work your way up to white. And by the time you get to white, I want so little of it. Like, you've got white, and again, these look gorgeous. These are great. But I just want you to try this. Try it on one mech and really push it. Push it further than you think you should go. I want so little white. Like, if you're doing a crab, I want to see white on the edge of the elbow, on the very, very top of the arm, on the top of the torso, at the tip of the torso, above the cockpit, on the edge of the claw, and then maybe on the top of the thigh, the knee, and the edge of the foot. And that's the only place I want to see white. And I want it to be a real thin edge. I want most of this mech to be dark blue and cool gray. And yeah, Vergaderung makes a good point too. It also helps to break up the... You got, like, because if you look at this, it's white from tip to tip. You want something in here that breaks it up. The underside of the arm being a darker color is a good move. The shoulder joints right here are always a good choice. Knee joints, pelvis joints, any place you can put a full break between white panels is going to help to see them. Oh no, it still would be. It would still read as white. I want you to use as little actual white as humanly possible, Journeyman Paint Hour. Just try it. Pick a mech you don't care. Oh, he's spray painting. That's adorable. Pay your bills. Just try it. Just push it. I think you might surprise yourself at how well that reads. Oh, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. We're just looking for alternatives. Push it real good, White Wolf. Real good. That's the trick, Grim Nation Hobbies. When painting white and black, you don't really want to use white and black. They don't appear that much in nature. Oh, that would be another good move, Sumitha. Yeah, if you want to get into doing like weathering, using weathering pigments, stuff like that, particularly on a white mech, something you learn if you're around a military motor pool for any period of time at all, it's that military equipment stays clean for precisely as long as it takes it to leave the garage. And then it is immediately dirty. Yeah, immediately. There's no way around it. This is a big machine. It's got lots of oil. It's got lots of grease. It's kicking up huge clouds of dirt every time its feet hit the ground. These feet are gonna be caked in dirt the second step that it takes, no matter what the hell it's doing. So using a warm color and kind of washing that up the legs to make it look a little bit more lived in really helps to sell the illusion, particularly if you're focusing on trying to sell the scale. And if you're focused on the scale when you're doing things like weathering, think about where the dirt would get. We're talking on the feet very heavily, on the bottom of the knee joint, pretty heavy, but not as much. By the time you get up to the pelvis, there shouldn't be all that much. If you want to do any higher than that, make it on like the bottoms of the arms where they're going to hang down. I think that these are all good tips, though, and Journeyman Paint Hour, you should give them a try. There you go, Raven Cat. Rain streaks are a good idea. Soot near the barrels or missile tubes. Those are trickier. Those are trickier at a scale like this because you don't have much real space to work with, but they're definitely worth trying. So I hope that those ideas are helpful. I hope that those ideas are helpful, Journeyman Paint Hour. Here we have from Kursala. Tiny Hands had a friend's birthday party today, and the invitation said that gifts are not required, but hand-me-downs and thrift store finds are always appreciated, so we decided to print and paint a Pikachu instead. Oh my god. I was also asked if we could print a Pokeball to go with it, but at that point it was way too late for it to be finished in time, so we just stuffed it in a bag. The big one was the gift, the little one is Tiny Hands that she painted except for the base coat. Base coats can be tricky. Oh, he's adorable. This is one of the main, the really nice things about getting into 3D printing is when you inevitably forget to buy people gifts, not that you did in this case, I'm talking for myself. When you inevitably forget to get people gifts, you just like, oh shit, print something real quick. They'll love it. It'll be like I made it myself. Push print, wait 12 hours. Did they like it? Did they like their Pikachu? Because I think this is fucking adorable. As a kid, I would have loved getting something like this. We were kid-free for 3 hours today. Well, there's the real bonus, right? Yeah, lithophanes are cool as shit if you can dial them in, Kursala. We were told that she loved it. That's awesome. That's awesome. You can definitely find parts for, like, multi-part mechanical Pokeballs out there. I know they exist. I love this, like, jaggy, angular, low-poly Pikachu. That's cool. I dig it. Been printing resin lithographs. Ooh-wee. Nap? No, just bottling paint. Yeah, sometimes you just need the quiet to get some fucking work done, huh? Got one on the printer now for the little Pikachu. Ooh, Kursala, we're gonna want to see that. We're gonna want to see that. I hope Tiny Hands had fun at the birthday party. I hope the birthday child enjoyed their wonderful handmade Pikachu. That's just so damn cool. Here we have from Squared. Finish up the Marauder he was working on. Oh, yeah. He came in and cleaned up that one little bit. This looks good. This looks good. This looks real fucking good. I like it. The extra work on the cockpit absolutely goes a long way, particularly these little side... Like, you don't even have to do these bits on the side. They're so small. But you did. You came in and you did the lensing. Yeah, nice focus on the cockpit. It is a wonderful focal point on the Mini. Really draws the eye right to the center. I painted Battletech just a short time ago, White Wolf. I just did that fucking... Okay, I guess technically I did... The last battle mechs I painted were right at the very end of December. Fair enough. Fair enough. No, this looks lovely to Squared. You've been taking direction and advice and integrating it very, very well, and really refining your skills and putting them to work at the places where they're going to be the most effective. This is very impressive work to Square. Here we have from the POV 42, latest set of Black Widows are through primary painting, just waiting for decals and varnish. Oh, these look nice. Black and red is always such a classic combo, and this is a good example of how black is never really black. Most of this black is dark gray. Very little actual black, and it reads very well. The green lensing is lovely. The use of blue on the bases really, really helps the rest of the paint job to pop. Clean red. Nice green lens. Simple. Effective. I dig it. Oh, I dig it. That's the trick to Square. A little better each mini. A little better each mini. No bias whatsoever for the red and the black. I like the little bits of hazard striping too, just to break things up. And this is a good example, as far as color schemes go, of breaking up big blocks of color. If this is all black, it would get boring real fast, but the red is positioned in such a way, and the silver for that matter, that's like black, and then something else, and then more black, and then something else. The glass really, really looks good, POV. Oh, here we have from Dark Traveler. Due to health and technical issues, wasn't able to complete the 24-hour challenge, but still the army looks really good so far. It was a great stream, had a lot of fun doing it. By the way, for those wondering, I fixed the 3 broken airbrushes. I'm glad. It's some good progress. And like I said before, good color choices throughout this whole thing. Interesting. Yeah, I don't... I do not do 24-hour paint challenges. I just don't do it. And I definitely don't do marathon streams. I would go insane. I can't handle even sitting here close to that long. Not at one time. A lot of people do it, White Wolf, and mad respect for it. It's just not something you're ever going to see me doing. I like all the warm tones. I really like those yellows popping in there and the occasional bit of blue to add some interest. Getting twiggy with it. God damn it, Sumatha. Assembling was a mess. This is a complex group. These are the Sylvaneth something or others. This is the new Age of Sigmar tree ants. I say new. These models are actually kind of old by now, but I'm getting old, so I think of things from a few years ago as still being new. Do a marathon stream, I'll hang out and help you go crazy faster. Trotsky, how nice of you to offer. Big hands plus small pieces suck. Not just small, but really, really fine and fiddly. Holy moly. Really, really nice work, though, Dark Traveler. That army is coming together beautifully. Like, really. The use of airbrush and then good contrasting temperatures. Wonderful. Wonderful work. Here we have from Wheezy, working on this Gargoyle Sea for a friend's brother. I'm pretty happy with everything except the cockpit glass. I want a good canopy, but can't get it right. I think the lasers look okay, so I can do some jeweling, just not these tiny canopies. I'd love any suggestions on that, or any tips on the rest of the mech. Let's have a look. This is hard. This is hard. I love the paint job. The gray to blue, actually, I dig that. I think it wants something. I feel like it wants... Maybe what it wants is a slash of white between the gray and the blue to really help your eye differentiate the change. Just a slash of white. You know, here, this little V here. Something stark. Dirt on the feet would be a good move. Or black. Yeah, just something between them to help you see them both better so they're not blending quite as much. The lensing on these lasers is gorgeous. This here... That's tough. Those are so tiny. Those are so tiny. Hey, what's up, Bella? How you doing? You've chosen a good color. The yellow contrasts well with the blue. Other than just getting in there with a real fine tip brush and being real careful, this is tricky. I wish that more of these mechs were designed specifically with the fact that they're going to be painted in mind. This suffers from a lot of what the Thunderbolt suffers from, where those cockpit panels are they're just too small for most people to paint effectively. You did a lovely job with the green lensing. Like, that reads really, really well. I don't know. There's something that could be done here. He definitely wants for more warmth. You've got 2 points of warmth in the reds here, a little bit in the yellow, but the yellow is fairly bright and not really in the gold register so much. That's something you could do, is get in with like an orange yellow across the middle here to deepen it. This reminds me of, like, old 90s 40k figures, the red. I actually kind of like that. He needs something else, though. I'm not entirely sure. Black line around the cockpit? Yeah, you could do that. Wheezy? Let me think about that. Wheezy, would you do me a favor if you feel like it? Post that up in works in progress, tag me and ask the same question, and give me some time to contemplate it, because that's a tricky one to paint. That's a tricky one to paint. I think you've got a good scheme, but for what you want to do in particular with the cockpit glass on this specific sculpt, you might have to rethink it entirely. You might have to not do lensing. You might have to just focus on a nice bright point of contrast. I want to contemplate that more. I want to contemplate that more and see if I can't give you better information or a better direction to move in. So Wheezy, I'm going to say if you wouldn't mind posting that up in work in progress and just tag me and ask the question, and let me come back to it a little bit later, because man, this is... Damn. It's not just that it's small, it's that it's broken up into 4 panels. Like, what sick asshole did this? This should be one contiguous visor for the sake of being able to paint it at all. That's rough. That's real rough. Is the face cam out of focus? Hang on. It is a bit. There we go. I'm not a huge fan of the gloss varnish method. There was one visor that would look a lot like a Cylon, maybe not in a bad way. There's nothing wrong with looking like a Cylon. I want to put some more thought into that, though, Wheezy, because a good answer isn't jumping out at me right away. Here we have from Roland, working on a grasshopper. I do like this new grasshopper sculpt. It really works for me. Nice, smooth base coat, loving the yellows. Roland, again, your fundamentals have come a long damn way. I like the grasshopper. It's such a cool mech. I admit the LRM-5 on it is always really underwhelming to me. I think the positioning of the LRM-5 is cool, but its actual functionality relative to the rest of the mech is always underwhelming. Drop that LRM-5, give me more heat sinks, baby. Oh yeah, a wash would go a long way on this one, Project Dark Fox, but we are clearly in the early stages here. I'm just glad to see Roland getting some paint slapped down on mechs. Homeboy Roland has kept the work up for the last 2 years and just gotten better and better and better when he's had the opportunity to paint. And I am excited to see him get a chance to paint some of these bad boy Kiernans from Rainy River Designs. Hell yeah, it's such a good looking sculpt, such a good looking mini. So many guns, love the asymmetric turret. This is exciting as hell. I trust you'll post pictures. You'll post pictures, Roland. But I just want to say I'm particularly excited to see these guys. These guys get things done. So many guns. So many guns and a couple of launchers to boot, maybe a projector or two while we're at it. Roland, thank you for sharing your work with us today. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer, a lazy Valentine's Day card. Thump. Aww. What? Just collapsed utterly. That's such a fucking... It's like a humble brag Valentine's Day card. And you're like, oh, it's so lazy. It's a card that you know, made yourself entirely. Tequila. I like it. I like it. The dumb grin of the drunk. How apropos. This isn't a negative space, is it? Or anything stupid like that? Like I'm looking at it and I'm all paranoid now. It doesn't appear to be. Rio, your business. Not this time. I'm gonna have to be looking out for that, just from now on, I think. It is. It's adorable. Lovely work, Rio. But then, it pretty much always is. Here we have from Asri. Let's start with a Valentine's Day poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. Ome wa mo shinderu. Oh no. Oh no. Leading studies show that having a display board at a tournament improves your chances of winning threefold. I question this. So the RTT yesterday, holy shit, I won. How about that? It all checks out. Well, this is certainly data of a sort. Went deeper into the dragons, went all in on the dragons. The Ginger cast elementals love dragons. Some of the dragons need a little more paint, need to add some sort of insult to my first round grudge match opponent for next week's GT. That's what's important. That's what's important, is that you focus on trolling your opponents. Yeah, really went heavy on the dragons. Look at all these bad boys. This is a lovely display. This is really quite cool. I like that it's not overly busy. I've seen a lot of display boards where people they're just loaded with stuff to the point where it's difficult to even see the minis nested in there, but this actually looks very natural. It just looks like they're gathered around some ruins. And the ruins aren't dominating the board. The army is, as well they should be. It's a matter of necessity. I have no other way of transporting the goddamn dragons. Well, you know, necessity is the mother of invention. That makes sense, though. They're big, and they're awkward, and they got long spindly wings, and they're on flight stands, of all things. Ugh. Oh yeah, Grim Nation, you'd love it. You should give it a try. Oh my god. I like how you've done it too. Real simple color scheme for the whole board. Kind of light sandy dirt. Cool stone colors that we have for the ruins. Little splashes of green to keep the interest up. You let the models be the real splashes of color with the blues and the reds, and then the dragons flying over it all really brings it together. This is great. That's great work, Asri, and congratulations on your win. And I look forward to seeing how the army comes to reflect its experiences on the field. Here we have from Paradox Mark 1. Printed and painted this a while ago, but first post here, and we are glad to have you. This is my first attempt at painting up a clone commando from Darkfire Designs. Darkfire does good work. I really like his stuff. Plenty of room for improvement, but happy for my first time painting white. This is your first time painting white. This looks great. Like, I won't blow any smoke. There are different ways to do white. There are better ways to do white, in my opinion. But as far as first time painting white, this looks fantastic. My first times painting, like, stormtroopers didn't look anywhere near this clean. Like, not even close. You actually have some decent shading, and I think that you didn't go far enough on the shading to really push it into being like really, really dramatic for the tabletop, but the fact is you do have multiple layers in there. So if you just do more of what you're already doing, this paint job is going to improve. You are on the right track. Really nice, clean handwork. I love, by the way, seeing the Republic Commando figures. I maintain hope that we might see Delta Squad in Season 2 of the Bad Batch. I love that they're canon now. Good use of the blue. For the visor, they very notably have that blue glow to them that differentiates them. Did about 3 coats of white. That's not bad. Really, Paradox, this came out well. It would be. I mean, they canonized them. We got the Sea Republic Commandos, or I guess Imperial Commandos, or just Clone Commandos. They're towards the end of, yeah, they show up in the Bad Batch for Gadarung. In that specific armor with the blue glow and everything. So I'm thinking maybe they'll work Delta Squad into a storyline. Very nice work. And a really good job getting in there with the rank markings and everything on the chest piece. Good job. Really, honestly, Paradox, this is... Like I said, do more of what you're doing. Lean into the contrast a little bit more. Push it further each time you do it, and before you know it, you'll have some really dramatic paint jobs for the tabletop. I encourage you to remember, particularly for doing something like white, employ the average viewing distance rule. Average viewing distance for a mini is not right here at like 3 inches from your face, which is where you're going to look at it the most when you're painting it. Average viewing distance is 3 to 5 feet, so hold it at arm's length as you paint it periodically. If you're worried about something being too dark, you're worrying about a shadow being too much, you're like, it looks weird right here. Hold it at arm's length and ask yourself, does it still look weird or does it pop? Because you really want to exaggerate things, particularly when you're dealing with clean colors like this. And I mean, you come in here and start doing some lighter highlighting on the weapon bits, start working in some cool tones, like these minis are going to be just popping. Just popping. Paradox, lovely work, and thank you for sharing with us today. Here we have from Ren Momo, get it? Because it's a burb. From me to my girlfriend. Oh. My God. Yes. Burbs. Burbs and seed. Oh. Oh, how uncomfortable. Nice, Ren. Nice. Finally painting. Glad to hear it. How them Vitrian Dragoons treating you, Ren? Here we have from Kevin Kitsune. No models this post, so here's some banana bread I made. That's just as good. Banana bread is where, you know, forgotten bananas go to die. Interesting recipe. Use plain Greek yogurt instead of eggs because I'm bad at keeping eggs. Forget that I have them and leave them sit. What's cool is you can't taste the Greek yogurt. Well, I would, you know, I hope you didn't eat it and be like, this tastes like yogurt. It should taste like banana bread. Curious, though. It looks very, very fluffy. Well finished, too. Banana bread. I do love banana bread. I'm bad with it, though. I just drown that shit in butter. I gotta eat less butter. Probably. That's not gonna happen. What am I saying? Why do I even bother? Ran out of 25mm bases, so don't have any on bases, so 32mm stuff for now. 25mm bases, honestly, are really fucking small. They're so old school. I think the smallest bases I have for anything in Conquest are like 28mm. Butter is good for you in the right context, Vergaderung. Certainly. In the right quantities. Yes. And we're not going to get into the whole, like, melt butter in your coffee movement, because I find that nauseating. Toasted with spiced honey butter. Oh my God, Kursala, that does sound amazing. Banana bread and coffee cake. Kevin Kitsune, I hope you brought enough for the whole class. Here we have from Merlin Models. I consider this, for the painting competition I am entering, done. I can push it, and I do want to know how you would do the lightning claws differently. What do you think? This looks really good. What would I do differently? I might, if I were doing this, I love temperature contrast. I really, really love temperature contrast. So if I was doing this, I would push the black more into blue. I would bring the highlights up a little bit higher, and I would push the leather more into red. I agree with Vergaderung. I think that the lightning on the claws actually works really, really well for the scale that you've done it at. I might define the lightning a little bit more using that kind of reverse method that we talked about before, where you put down some white and then you trim it down instead of trying to put on a thin line in the first place. The blue actually looks really, really quite excellent. I like the white. I like the white. It has a lot of depth to it. In the helmet, in the arms. I might bring the red highlights up just a touch. I might push the points of it into orange even. I want you to know, Merlin, I'm pushing myself to come up with what I would do differently here, because this is a beautiful model. I've seen most paint jobs that I've seen on this model are not this good. I think this is a fantastic entry, particularly for a painting competition. Most of what I would do differently is just more of what you've already got going on here. I think Gene Slicer's onto something. Like, as I look at this, I'm trying to ask myself, what's missing? What is missing from our color wheel here? And I think that the answer is green. I think that I would do the feathers in a different color. I might do the feathers as like green and red, or green and yellow, as opposed to that dark blue. And I only say that because of all the details on this model, the feathers disappear the most. They just, like, I forget that they're there because they're blending into the paint job so much. I know, Vergaderung, but fuck that. Space Ravens can be any goddamn color you want. That's honestly all I can think of, though, is I'd love to work in a few more colors. If you're not going to do green for the feathers, I would work the highlights and the sheen on the feathers up higher so the detail stands out more. And then, yeah, I would work some green into the base, because it's definitely missing that. You know what would really put this over the top, Merlin? Is if down here there was like a screen, and it was glowing green, and you did green OSL up on, like, his undercarriage and the bottom of the model. If there was green glowing off the bottoms of his knee pads, off the edges of the feathers, ooh. As soon as I said that, I love that idea. That would put this model over the fucking top and be a great way to include a color that it's missing, sort of diegetically. You know, without having to modify the color scheme of K-Von Shrek himself. Yeah. Yeah, that's the business. There you go. Imperial Guard equipment. Yeah, like put an Auspex down there. Or better yet, just have like an Imperial Guardsman, like, hunkered down there, staring at his Auspex and, like, looking up at K-Von, like, excuse me, I'm hiding here. You're gonna draw fire, dickhead. And the green light shining up past him. Yeah, do that. This is my foxhole, dick. Really lovely work, though, Merlin. And, yeah, I'd love to hear the results of that painting contest. That's gorgeous work. Gorgeous. Here we have, from Vandal Noir, working on some of them filthy Capellans. Ooh. This is a nice drab but effective color scheme. Good work on the panel lining. Looks like we have a warm wash getting down deep in there. Really nice kind of desert yellow coming up. Little bits of red to liven the color scheme up. Kind of a brassy metallic look on our Marauder over here. It is indeed a Raven. It is indeed a Raven. I like the little splashes of red in here. These are a nice touch. I think this does a lot to liven up the model, because this color scheme is effective. It's a little boring by itself, but the little splashes of red and the kind of brassy, not brassy, I guess this is more coppery or bronzy metal. That's nice. That's nicely done. And here's a good example of using the joints of the Mini to break up the colors. Same here on the inside of the shoulder. Nice work. Damn nice work, Vandal. Keep it up, man. I want to see where the red's going to go on these guys. I would definitely replicate these little red details somewhere on these Minis, just to keep the interest up. Particularly on the Cataphract and the Trebuchet that you have over here. I want to see it. I want to see it, Vandal. Oh, it just took me a minute to realize that it's on a glass table. I was like, wait, is that over water? No, okay, that's a piece of glass. Okay. Lovely work, Vandal. Here we have from Automat Americana. Thanks again to Data Nerd for handling the image for me while I try to figure that sort of thing out. Normally, I only really work on this stuff during Thunderhead stream, since it gives me both a minimum and maximum time frame to work within. Just had way too much steam on this one. So to Thunderhead's question, as if this was civilian or military, the answer is yes, weighing in at 7 tons and doing 118.8 kilometers per hour if you mash the pedal. The executive extraction vehicle is something cooked with the idea it might make for interesting battle mech match objectives. It's a custom armored limo built for asset protection jobs and to protect my Merc unit's big cheese when she's conducting business in person. It's basically an old classic car crossed with an MRAP down to the V-hull 4 deflecting mine blasts, skinned in enough black market clan ferrofibrous armor to literally shrug off a light PPC blast head on and keep on rolling. Yes, I set my Merc unit in the Civil War era and forward. In addition, it's got more or less a mini ER somehow crammed into the back end. Yeah, don't ask questions. And a trailer hitch because, why not? Mechanics-wise, it has a half-ton crew bay, which comes out to about 4 people, and custom infantry unit creation. So you can, in theory, have the asset, 3 bodyguards, and you have to get off the map, while the other player's win condition is to assassinate them. Wanted to be both sleek and classy, but also mostly made of sloped armor. Fun fact, it's got 8 wheels in total, with 2 in line in front and dualies in back. It reeks of Rolls-Royce. I like the V-shaped armor. I want you to know, Automat, I respect this. And it's also a detail that only you are likely to ever know exists. As long as you're making it for yourself, that's what matters. I'm just saying, know that you are likely the only person who will ever notice the V-shaped mine-resistant armor on the bottom. It really does. Yeah, it has it has the Batman the Animated Series look to it. It looks like if Batman built himself an APC. That's lovely. Just lovely. It really does remind me of like a Rolls-Royce. It has that brutalist shape to it. That is a trailer hitch, yes. There is a ball hitch on there, Raven Cat. But would you connect to it? Let's not ask questions. Let's not get into that now. That's I can't wait to see that sculpt. Just a U-Haul. That's what we need. We need this, and then like a U-Haul small trailer to go back on there. Towed artillery. Why not? In my sweet-ass Batmobile APC. Yeah, the headlights and taillights. I agree. I was just thinking that. Like, so many things in the animated series wound up looking like sort of stylized eyes. Very nice. Running away with a long tom. Very, very nice work, Automat. I'm glad to see this design coming together. I want to see that bad boy printed. Yeah, I would think so too, Vergaderung. Some of these details on here, I would imagine, are going to need to be enlarged in order to be seen properly. Like, these guys should probably be a little bit larger. Probably this wants to be larger, so just so that you'll actually be able to paint it. But that's easy to do. That's easy to do. Do a test print, see how it works, enlarge the parts that you need to. Make it heroic scale, you know? Raven Cat, thank you so much for being here, man. You have a great night. And thank you for sharing. Oh, coming down. We have from Vergaderung. I won't have time to finish the Solar Collector tonight before work, so I have 2 in-progress picks. Should be able to get them and the other fluid works and drop base done before Tuesday's stream. Let's have a look here. God damn. That alcohol chrome pen, man. That's working wonders. I love seeing the heliostat mirrors so damn shiny. Man, oh man. The lighting job also worked out particularly well with these big solar receiver panels. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous for Vergaderung. I am very, very keen to see this take its place on your Alien Worlds board. With as much of the fluid works and the hills and the rivers as you've got put together at this point, I want to see a map built around this as a centerpiece so badly. So badly. God damn, the heliostats look great. I'm going to shamelessly rip off the alcohol chrome pen idea, because I was not aware of it before I saw you using it on that one Thunderbolt that you printed, but man is it effective. Holy hell. Everybody paints my stuff before I do. Oh, I need to be more productive. Oh, God. Oh, God. I like how the glow's coming out the top, too. That's a nice touch. Vergaderung. Gorgeous, and thank you for sharing this with us. Folks, this is, by the way, the new Hex Tech what did I call it? Power Complex, Industrial Power Complex set that will be available as printed physicals from Steel Warrior Studios, I believe this week. I believe this week he's planning on having physicals up and available. He has been printing like mad to have a bunch of these bundles available. Oh, shut up, Cyber Knight. God. Well, it's the sphincter in top. That's what's giving you that impression, Sumitha. This would be honestly too small to be an effective dice tower, but people have asked me for them before. There's probably something to that. Over Gadarung, I love seeing your work. Here we have from Kursala, spent most of today squeezing all the stains into small bottles so I can put them into bundles. So here's the full line ready to get sorted into 3 groups. Oh my, oh my, oh my. You got quite the range at this point. Quite the range at this point, Kursala. Folks, if you're ever curious about Rainy River Designs acrylic paints, which are really of an excellent quality, go ahead and hit !Rainy River in chat to get a link over to their website where you can check out all the really fantastic acrylic paints, stains, washes, oh my god, they got metallics, they've got flocking for your bases with a lot of different mixes to it. They've got some of their own prints of 6mm tanks, including the Kiernan, which is really, really fucking awesome. And you can get Thunderhead Studio merch there too, if that interests you. I'm just saying, give the site a browse. 62 among all 4 lines. That's fairly significant. Alright, let's come on down here. Oh my from Mannix the Lemur. I think I'm calling this done except the base. In normal room light, the barding on the horse looks a lot blacker, which is what I was looking for. Got the great helm from a vendor on Etsy. The printer has an agreement with the STL creator, or so they say. So it wasn't a purloined STL. Any suggestions are welcome. Well, I love that more people are using great helms. I like the sloped and domed top on this one in particular. This is our mounted noble lord, or at least using the mounted noble lord's horse. Technically, you can use this to represent any number of household knight figures. I really, really like the work you've done on the fabric here. That sort of cool gray. That's neat. That's real neat. Good work on the horse fur as well. I like that great helm. I really, the helms on the Household Knights are my least favorite thing about them. They're just kind of too fantastic, and I think that dumbing them down a little bit into something more brutal like a great helm actually improves their whole look. I feel like if you felt like it, you could get away with a few more splashes of color in here. I don't know if you want to. You have kind of a very muted palette that works well within itself. You got little splashes of warmth on the shield, on the saddle, on the rope, on the horse itself. But like, you know, these little flags that are on the reins, these are a great opportunity to do little splashes of color that you're not going to see anywhere else. The base is definitely going to make or break this. What about frogmouths? Frogmouths for Gadarung would... you would never see a frogmouth in combat. As I understand it, you would never see a frogmouth helm on the battlefield. You would see frogmouth helms in jousts. You would see them on the tournament grounds. You would never see someone wearing that into combat. It's not flexible enough. If you got dehorsed while wearing a frogmouth, you would just die almost immediately. You wouldn't even be able to see your opponents. They do look cool. Part of the problem with the frogmouth, for me, as far as making a printed part to go on this, is that the frogmouth helm is mounted to the chest. The frogmouth helm starts at your pectorals, and then it sweeps up, which is why you have such a long vertical surface, and then it ends right here, and then it comes down, and you have this slit, like, right in front of your eyes. But as far as being a mod part goes, you really kind of have to remove and replace the entire chest plate to work a frogmouth into it, so the mini kind of has to take that into account. At least to have it look right. If it starts at your neck, the frogmouth is never going to look right. Gorgeous great helm print, though. Really excellent work, and I always, Mannix, my boy, I always love seeing some 100 Kingdoms getting painted. That is my jam. Here we have from Sumatha. No long write-up tonight, posting this primarily because I haven't opened up the Daedalus from SG-1 or the Galactica from Blood and Chrome, both of which I plan to post tonight. Hungry, Thunderhead? I won't be by the time you click this. Oh no. 5 cheese and garlic sauce with added pepperoni, and yes, oven-cooked Parmesan cheese and red peppers to add that last little bit. I love a flatbread pizza. Like a garlic bread pizza going on. Oh yeah. Yeah, I dig. Salettes are very, very cool helms. Vergata wrong. You could do that pretty easily. Actually, I think that the Salettes would really fit the style of armor that they wear too. Yeah, like French bread pizzas, just split right down the middle. That's the business. I'm sure he showed yours earlier. I was watching and they mentioned it's the 2 mechs in blue. Also got a Salette for a future night. Ooh, I'm excited to see that, Manix the Lemur. Yeah. They're so greasy looking. Look at the Parmesan and the garlic floating in the grease. Just let's keep going. Let's keep going. Here we have from White Wolf Wiring Time. Yep, I'm gonna make do with their stock harness. I have to add in a few things due to them using incorrect wiring configuration for the application. But I present to you Cable Spaghetti. Cable Giddy. Oh, hey, I had to do something to get it sorted out, so I felt draping it over the frame seemed good enough. And yes, I know I have to filter the IPA in my Mercury X. You should see how it looks right after it's washed something. Washed something? Oh my god, what's going on? Oh, and before you get excited, Thunderhead, it stands for Tiny Internet Things and Surprises. Aww. Small vendor that sells a few Voron-related things, so I had to include their sticker. I don't care what it stands for. It says tits, and it probably has... I'm assuming this is meant to be a little titmouse on here as well, which is just adorable. Makes me incredibly happy. There's so much flexing going on here. There's so much flexing going on here. Yeah, this is a printer gene slicer. My god. Have we established, White Wolf, what the first print is going to be? I'm sure by now you've considered it. I am sure you have considered what the first one is going to be once everything is running. And I'd love to know. I'd just love to know what's on the queue. Here we have from Cyber Knight, our very own Notorious Maximus. No damn clue. Probably a calibration cube. Okay. First print after the calibration print, whether it's a benchy or whatever it is. The first real print. You have to have some ideas. Come on. Slipped in at the last minute, varnish and glue for the magnets still drying. Just finished painting up a second core set of Reckoning parts to go along with the full weapon and hand sets along with 3 pairs of arms. It's rare I push myself to get a double set painted up like this. Only time prior was with the Tyrant and some tanks. This has pushed back the release a bit, but this will greatly ease up on what painting I'll need to do after the fact and just make for more variety for pictures. You're so professional, it makes me sick, Cyber Knight. Speaking of variety, if you compare the torso and legs, I made some small shifts to the color layout, small tweaks for changing things up a bit as well. I like his whole pose, not just the fact that he's flipping the bird here. What didn't I read? What line didn't I read? Oh my god, I didn't. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. It's not just the middle finger. It's like... I love this little kind of grippy, active hand. Like, not just clench. So often they just clench... If a mech isn't doing something with its hand, it's just clenchy fist. It's fine. Obviously on this, we're aiming. This makes a lot of sense. But I like the relaxed offhand. It gives the mech such a human feel to it. It makes me feel like it's being run with a Neuro helmet, because when you're not using a hand for something, you don't really clench it into a fist that much, as you'll tend to kind of partially relax it. Not even all the way. The fingers will just... You usually have the pinky curled in a little bit more, you know, and the index finger kind of out. It's a very natural look, even though he only has 4 fingers. I'll forgive him for that, but you see the pinky's curled in a little bit more than the index finger. You guys know I like my mechs, not just humanoid, but in very naturalistic human poses. And this very, very active middle finger. He seems like he's so excited to be telling you to go fuck yourself. 3 fingers and a thumb, right? God damn it, White Wolf. Pedantry. Pedantry! And I mean, I guess you could mirror it and he could just be doing the double deuce, right? The Reckoning is so cool. I'm really gonna have to get my hands on one of these and play with opposing options, because he's such a fucking chonk of a mech. Lovely work, and I think that the extra work is definitely gonna pay off, Cyber Knight. It is a gorgeous build. Gorgeous build. Magnets make all things possible, or at least that. Here we have from White Wolf again, mild cable spaghetti cleaned up only to discover that, whoops, didn't use IG-US chain lengths when setting things up because Chinese ones are shorter. It's easily fixed, just moderately annoying. And this is why we test fit before we cut wires and all that. Measure twice, cut once in theory, but really, measure once and cut a whole bunch of times if we're talking how I really operate. Besides, can't cut and recrimp wires yet. Well, 2 crimpers have come in. Those are for ferrules and terminal connectors, not from Microfit 3s or JST XHs. Those crimpers come in later this week. You really are just such a project junkie, White Wolf. Don't get me wrong, I love the kit too, but damn. That's why there's so much cable blurf going on the tool head. Need the ability to crimp my JST XH and Microfit 3 connectors, the wires for the toolhead PCB, and I'd rather not risk mixing up which wire set is which. Come on! Now I'm gonna go enjoy a nice warm coffee I'd forgotten about. If you forgot about it, it's probably not warm anymore. Cool acidic coffee. Update X and Y need another 6 links each, and I've discovered I have the mounts installed backwards. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, which means I get to change out the drag chains. Wee! World isn't gonna end. Damn. There's just so much going on. So much flexing. So much flexing. It was warm at the time of typing. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, I'll allow it. It's a gorgeous printer, White Wolf. And here we have from Regatta Wrong. Oh, my prayers are answered. This is when I started to do a test layout and realized I had to go much more orange with the mirror bases. They were still far too red. They are notably redder than the rest of it, but man, it really fills up a nice big space, doesn't it? And the idea with this piece was, I always try to think about, like, not just what does it look like, but what is it going to be like to play around? What is this piece going to do to the battlefield to make it interesting, to create something that the other pieces of terrain don't? And the solar collector in particular is meant to be a large piece of very much blocking terrain with a good-sized footprint from multiple directions, and then just fields of difficult terrain around it. The kind of thing that you really want to dedicate like a quarter of the table to. Because when you create an area like this inherently is risky to move through. You have a large area of the table now that is like, you want to put maybe objectives or something that you need to do over here, or put it between areas that you really want to move between and make it more difficult and more hilly to move around, so that it's a risk-reward question. Whether it's worth moving into this field or not, or whether you're just saying, don't ever go here, has caused some discussion. I'd love to know the outcome of that for Gadarong. It is definitely meant to be, it is meant to ward you off. Because there's no benefit to moving into the rough terrain of the heliostats, except maybe getting someplace a little bit quicker. Half-level light forest. I would say just play it as difficult terrain for Gadarong. That was my intent, is just difficult terrain. So you can go into it, it's a nice big open area, you might trip and fall on your damn face amidst the heliostats, though. I mean, you can play it however you want, really, but that was what I had been thinking at the time. God, this board is so cool. Unbelievably cool. There isn't difficult? Wait, what do you mean? There is difficult. Difficult is. Is thing. Is real. Is do. Yes. Yes. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and as many of you have probably guessed, the end of tonight's stream. Suddenly language. Difficult. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah. Rough terrain. Essentially just piloting checks. Like, it's not hard to move through, it's just going to, as you go through, you run the chance of falling over. But you do whatever you want. Do whatever you want for Gadarong. And honestly, whatever you land on, I want to hear about it. I want to know how it goes, because I haven't played using it yet. It's just a crazy idea from up here. +1 movement point and a PSR +1. Okay, there you go. I didn't remember if it was +1 movement points or not. Give benefits to infantry. I like that idea. So that it benefits infantry kind of hiding amongst the heliostats. You should make it so that if you fire laser weapons into it, there's a chance of reflecting the laser back at you. Or something. Something like that. You're firing lasers into a field of highly polished mirrors. Like, that should do something. Make that ground impassable to them. I would think that the heliostats... See, my thinking, Automat, is that you'd be kicking through the heliostats. The heliostats would not be terribly strong. They would probably be on, like, aluminum armatures for the most part, and then they'd be big sheets of whatever material you're using to create your mirrors. So you'd be, like, kicking your way through them, which would slow you down and run the risk of tripping you. Heavy industrial zone comes with the risk of random explosions. Yeah, maybe not that. Maybe not that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like kicking through a highway sign. It would be narrow spars of steel. At most. Alright, let me see who's doing what here tonight. Who's doing what? Sarah is painting, is going. Magical Hack is going. Wombat Combat Prime is going. Oh man, we rated Sarah's painting already. I'm reluctant to rate her twice, as much as I absolutely love the work that she does. But we haven't rated Wombat for a little while. What's he doing? He is working on some 3D printed Tau that are actually really damn cool. So let's go ahead and get that started. We're gonna go see what my boy Wombat's up to. He is a personal friend of mine from down in Texas when I was still living down there. So you know, make a little noise, make him feel appreciated, make him feel welcome. Check out his stream. I know a lot of you are probably going to bed, but if you feel like, well, some of you, but if you feel like sticking around for just a little bit, go with the raid, check out the stream, see if you like it, see if you like my boy Wombat, and if you do, consider giving him a follow and checking out his next stream. He streams pretty often, and he's a fairly new painter who's been just getting better and better the more that he does, and he's been getting into 3D printing, so he's a good guy to ask for advice, particularly if you are also just getting started, folks. Thank you all so much for joining me tonight. This has been a great stream. I made good progress. Not quite as much as we did last Tuesday, but we've got a lot of these guys to go, so we're going to be doing this probably for a little while. A huge thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report. Excellent report tonight. Some new posters, some people we haven't heard from for a little while. I absolutely love seeing your work, and I hope that my advice is helpful. We're going to be back Tuesday the 15th working on same old. We're going to be doing these nights until we're done with them. The 17th, I intend to dig into Harlan Sec from Warcaster using some Rainy River Designs acrylics. I need to get Harlan Sec painted, and then Sunday we'll be right back to more Household Nights. I got to get going, folks. So until next time, keep on painting.